Let's see if that comes back in. Hello. That seems okay. I'm unsure what happened. Something glitched out for a moment. That's good though. It gave me a chance to check on Twitter for something. It was funny. I posted a picture of my recording setup, and lo and behold, who gives it a good old like on their Twitter but Mr. Kenji Hiruta. That's fun. That's fun. We still there? We're still good? There we go. Reiko Kodama doesn't follow me though, which is a bummer. That would be the one. Although really the only celebrity quote-unquote thing on Twitter in terms of followbacks that I love is Andrew Ray from Binging with Babish. I'm like, you taught me how to cook, and he's like, you tell me about video games. It's like, yeah, dude. This is a neat little camera moment where he's gonna look upside down, and the camera's gonna be from his perspective, so therefore it's upside down, which is fun. They wouldn't have gotten found out if they had named their island something other than Pirate Island. Instead, the Armada's like, where can we find these pirates? And they're like, why don't you go to Pirate Island? Everyone else in the Armada is dumb except for Galcian. And Ramirez is here. Ramirez with his deep, deep love and affection for good old Mr. Galcian. These are two very good villains, I think. I like when he's like, they might not resist, but if they do, burn the village, kill them all, let their bodies rot in the sun, and leave one of our flags. And you're like, dang, dude. Like, you're not a fella to fuck with. I'm going back in for the Moonberry. And then I guess I would give it to Vise so that I can eventually work my way towards... Although really, by the end of this, I'll have 3. So, I think I'd be able to get both. We're gonna have to come here a third time, by the way, because we're gonna have to get the Cham. I'm about to enter a battle, I think. Is my Dreamcast revving up? Yeah, there it is. Is there a windmill on Windmill Island? Yes, I think so. I mean, I know the map doesn't literally call it Pirate Island, but I think it's very funny, like, for us to be like, how did they find us on Pirate Isle? And you're like, I think it might have been the pirate thing. Whoa, that thing ran? That's interesting. The looper running makes sense.
Is it over already?
Although, actually, now that she has Crystalli, I think it's better to switch her back on to green magic until we can get Sakura's and stuff. So, but yeah, I need that other Moonberry. I need a computer. The only downside is that once you're in dungeons like this, the only way to get out is to haul your ass back out of the dungeon. So I made a mistake by going where I did too quickly. They saw what I did to the robot. Yeah, they were pissed. Or they were scared too. Very good music in this game. That's the Moonberry chest is what we're looking for. I did the opposite of what I needed to do. Which is, I gotta go this way. Can I get to the door before, like, my sentence slurred. I was like, can I get to the door before the random battle? And the answer is no. I tried. Anyway, like I said, people were like, oh, random battles in this game. Gah, fucking... I'm so mad. And nope, it's just more experience. Take it. It won't happen, but it would be amazing to get Sack Rum by the time we get to Valua. I guess we could if everybody was using green moonstones to just up the right, to just like up the stat gain. There it is. And then we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. Super move. It's gonna take one Moonberry. Nice. And then Aiko, we're actually gonna get her Delta Shield. And then, oh, I have 2 Moonberries? Oh, it's so tempting, but you gotta give it to Vise, right? You gotta get Rain of Swords. If only because getting early growth on your supers for Vise is important, because the sooner you can get Pirate's Wrath, like, the better. Which is why I'm not going to invest super heavily in Fina's Moonberry stuff for a while. Even though her final ability is amazing, it is. Boy, do you want a healer who can just heal everything and revive everyone? Then Fina is the character for you. It's the best. Revives anybody, heals everyone to full health. Talking about airship battles and resources. Yeah, if I gave a shit about how official pronunciations went, I would be saying all sorts of stuff right now too, because I have the fucking audio dramas and stuff. But I'm gonna say Vise and I'm gonna say Valua. But it is Vice. It's technically not Fina either, if I recall correctly. Counterattack. Yep. I've not met a single soul in the world who's ever said Fina. But I know I'm incorrect when I say Fina, but for me it's like, in my heart of hearts, like... None of these enemies have dropped the weapon for Aika. I thought we would maybe get a chance to have that.
We did it!
This is okay, though. And then we're going to sail off. We're going to get our ship blown the heck to bits by Rachnum and go from there. It's so funny that they never... I'm going to just talk like spoiler-free zone here, right? Like spoiler zone. It's really funny that throughout their entire thing, they're like, oh man, we fought all these giant monsters and... oh gosh, it was so hard fighting the red Gigas, and oh boy, that green Gigas sure did punch a ship out of the air. And they never go, oh dang, what about that giant purple whale we fought? Because quite frankly, the answer should be, oh, giant purple whale. Presumably magic. Are there air whalers? There must be, right? Random encounter before we get there? Let's find out. The random encounter rate in this game is too high. I don't know. I just talked to a guy and got into a random encounter. Does that seem too high to you? Oh, God, I wish. How many is Rain of Swords? Rain of Swords is 14? Dang, that's right. I guess Lambda Burst would have been better technically, or like more cost effective in the early game. Rachnum's like a fisher though, he doesn't just... He's chasing, or excuse me, Drachma. He's chasing Rachnum, but he's not just like a, you know what I'm saying? Guy's gotta earn a living. What if we just showed off Rain of Swords anyway and totally ruined this dude's day? Oh, I don't even have enough total SP to use it. Oh my gosh. That's awesome. I have a move so powerful right now that the game's like, no, you can't. I appreciate that.
We won! We won!
I didn't even realize that. I thought my SP pool was at least 14. That's super funny. Where I'm like, I'm gonna end this man's whole career. And they're like, nah, no you're not. I'm not a rapper. I'm about to end this man's whole career. Yeah, it is just, I don't know. I think they want you to come back to just the, like the disturbing quiet of it all, right? They want you to come back and be like, oh, this sucks. What? Was that always there? This game uses silence every now and then to really good effect. There's a moment later on, way later on, near the end of the game, that I think uses silence incredibly well. Specifically, it's the moment where the shield is broken over Soltis. Don't touch that stone. That looks just like a door. Why? Because it is a door. You bastard. Old lady. So, yeah, wait. Why do I know Martha's name but not my mom's name? What's up, child? I do this spin whenever I go down those because I just think it's neat. We gotta go up to Dine's office, I think, right? Talk to our ma'am. This isn't it. This is the shops, right? Yes. I have the Skies of Arcadia album and the music box on my shelf right now, which is very good. Lovely stuff. Lovely. Pow is gonna go pow pow. Super sad. I like how they're like, we're gonna go rescue everybody from the evil empire and we're gonna kick everyone's ass. And people are like, are you? Okay. And then they're like, yes, you are. I like it when the options is, I don't know, we can't do anything. It's like, no, we're gonna go beat up the bad guys. Because this is Skies of Arcadia, a game where heroes matter. Please let me explore just a tad to go grab the thing. No, this is the serpent. You only get to see Ramirez's flagship once in the game, I believe. He's like, hello, Fina. She's like, how the fuck do you know my name, bitch? She doesn't say it like that. She's much nicer about it. He's like, help us. And she's like, like, I don't know, you're obviously evil. Ramirez's flagship is the Monoceros. You only ever see it for the time when the little Jack is sunk. This scene where you encounter Rocknum for the first time is actually something that shows up in the demo. It's so funny that Hiruta-san said, put a thing on that tweet. But that's so funny. I hope that they give all those folks a chance to make some sort of game. Ah, Pow. The best dog in any game? I think so. Good use of the camera there too, right? Good use of the 3D space. Follow the ship, pan out to the mom right there. It's good. These are people who knew what to do with the camera. And then, oh boy, getting all lost and turned around. But we head this way, I believe. We can't go down there yet. It's a damn shame. Because technically where we're supposed to go is the rock passage that leads into Middle Ocean, right, or whatever. It's where Sailor's Island is and stuff. We're not at the point where we can use Alpha Storm right away, but we're getting there. Counterattack? No. Oh, I like those giant looper battles and stuff, right? In Legends, the E-Looper or whatever, which is vaguely... He only shows up after you defeat Galcian and only in the Dark Rift. And you're like, are loopers just the souls of people? And the answer is no, it's just an Easter egg. I'm using an upscaler. I'm capturing off my Dreamcast into a FrameMeister and then outputting the signal to 1080p. Keeping it at the original aspect ratio. And sometimes what you can I can't even talk today. Alcyon is in the base version? Oh, I totally, for some reason I always thought that was a Legends thing. Is this the right way? I forget. Maybe it's not. I guess it's not. I zoned out. Sometimes what I'll do if I play things on the FrameMeister is I'll artificially introduce scan lines, which you can do. It just takes a little bit of work, but you can introduce scan lines into the feed and give it like maybe a little bit more of a CRT look. Oh wow, way to go, Vise.
That was fun.
Technically impossible to get on the Dreamcast right now. You underestimate my power. Although I haven't put those on here. I have those files. Right, I think most people who are big fans of the game have those files, like the .vmi files and stuff, so. And there are boot discs that have that stuff too. I think the Buccaneero stuff does. Might be wrong. Sorry, I'm just giving all that shit to Vise. Because there's at least 2, maybe 3, right? Of CD images that you can just burn to CDR, which are self-boot, that contain tons of VMU saves and stuff that you can just download directly to your Dreamcast, which is really cool. If you need something on your Dreamcast, the answer is that somebody made a program for it in like 2005. Which is always really fun. You're like, is there a thing for that? And then you look up the old websites, which are still active for some reason, and they're like, yes, actually, we made a CD image for it like 10 years ago. It's a problem, right? Because in order, at least in this original version, in order to get Fina's best weapon, in order to upgrade Cupel to final Cupel, you need to have Hamacho Island, which is also downloadable, right? Because there are 3 major pieces of downloadable content for Skies of Arcadia, even though it wasn't called downloadable content at the time. It's the Giant Looper, it's Hamacho Island, and then it's the Swirmalrang and the Tuna Fish, right? And the idea was that you would just go online using the Dreamcast's wonderful dial-up thing, and you would do it. That said, you know what you can do? There are ways to just enable using the internet on your Dreamcast again. It just takes a lot of hacking in a way that I don't want to do. I saw somebody was like, here's how you can set things up so you just play like OG PSO. And it involved a lot of soldering and stuff, and I'm just like, no thanks. But it can be done. It can be done. You can actually, there are still ways now using a lot of different pieces and converters to make to do that. Retreat, by the way, is the correct answer here. Remember, it's not just about being like super badass, it's about being like a smart thing like that. To be like, oh, I should be a smart pirate and run away. Yeah, I actually do think it's on the disc, but like I said, I have all those VMU data files. This is a game that's actually pretty well documented, which is really nice. Both in terms of like, we have access to concept art still, like old concept art. We have all of the manga, or at least all of one of the manga. I think there was another one that was like 2 things. The audio dramas, like those are easy to get. This is when he like bonks him in the face. Yeah. Was there ever an art book for this? Not that I'm aware of. But most of that art's preserved, right? I have my own personal collection. There's places online where you can still get it. I think there might have been an art book, but I've never seen pages of it. It might have come from the complete edition that you could buy in Japan, maybe. The Skies of Arcadia soundtrack that you can get right now, which is CD or vinyl, has a book to it that has some extra stuff, including the entire Arcadia alphabet, right? Yeah, okay, so Tony's in chat. Perfectly. Perfect good. Yeah. The original website, but we have the screensaver, because you had the screensaver. So I have that file, so great. And then some of the Itsuki Hoshi art. I thought that we were missing a manga thing or a manga book. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that isn't the case anymore. Weren't we missing the final chapter for a little while? Right? But I think we have it now.
Aye, aye.
It's cool. I have people in my chat who are like some of the people. Some like the smart, awesome people. Oh yeah, so you have all the manga. Yeah, I have those on my... If I close this window and close Discord, I have 2 folders on here on my desktop right now, which is Arcadia-Raw and Arcadia-Scanlation. Believe it, or not, that stuff's just within arm's reach of me now, which is great. And most of that's thanks to you. So thank you. I hope this has been a good stream. I can't believe we lost the feed for a little bit though. The soundtrack is cool. The new soundtrack thing that they got. I splurged on it so that I could get the music box. And then there's there's a music sheet autographed by Yutaka Minobe. There's something very Dreamcasty about the textures in this game. Well, it is a Dreamcast game. Yeah, people know. Oh, hey, it's Tony. The person with the collection. Although other people have their cool collections too. Oh gosh, I wish we need Cupel plushie. Wherever the heck we need the Fina plushie. We gotta find some of that good shit. You have like the phone cards, which is super funny. Good. I'm speeding through the. I know that Sega have the plushies. Yeah, that's the thing. I want a Cupel plush. I want that Fina plush. Here's my complaint. If I had known that there were pictures of that Fina plush, which also meant cleaner images of her tattoo, I think my tattoo would have ended up better. But I also took a risk. I got my tattoo done by somebody who was passing through the city. I didn't go to a boutique. So my tattoos, I've complained about it a lot on stream, but that's because that's how hardcore of a fan I am, right? Where it's like I see the slightest imperfections, and I'm like, ah, damn. Even though my ex was like, it looks pretty close. I'm like, I don't know. Then we're gonna go to Pirate Island. I'm gonna get more because there's art of young Ramirez that shows one of his tattoos, so that's the next one I'm gonna get. I'm probably actually gonna get like 2 down my arm next time. Just fill up my arm with that stuff. This is Drachma. I guess I shouldn't be speeding through dialogue, but you know. Everybody's having like a little Skies of Arcadia superfan reunion in my chat, which is very funny. The Blue Moonstone, with access to magic that I don't really use very often, except for Quicka when I fight Gregorio. That's about it. Well, wait. The Guidestones are to the north on this. There we go. I was like, where's the island? Oh, it's not even letting me go that far yet. Oh my god. I was like, oh, I can get my next discovery. And the answer is it's not even letting me go that far because presumably Drachma's like hands on my shoulder like, boy, don't you dare. Oh, wow. Do we have one of the translators in chat? That's fun. I'm playing, so I don't always look at chat very quickly, so I'm catching up to what was going on. Oh, I don't have any spare moonberries, or else I would unlock... I would unlock Tackle on Drachma, because that's, like, super useful. When's the next moonberry that we're guaranteed to get? The sewers? No, 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 in lower city Valua. There's one. There's a treasure chest with a moonberry. So we do get a guaranteed moonberry, which is very good. Some of y'all are having a good time in chat right now. That's good. That's the stuff we want to see. Yeah, so I pushed forward to get Rain of Swords. Because Rain of Swords will actually help me a fair amount in... the Executioner fight. So will Tackle too. Increm plus Tackle will absolutely destroy the Executioner. So
We did it!
exciting life that we're living right now in our chat. Us Skies of Arcadia diehard freakos. He's just learning Sacri. Yeah, because look, it's not... I can't... Let me go. I was just caught on it. That's so weird. There we go, guide stones. I was like, why can't I get there? Ah, I want all those autographs. I'm jealous of you, Tony. Although I posted a picture of my crappy Dreamcast setup, and Hiruta-san liked it on Twitter, which means nothing, but it's very funny to every now and then see, like, especially now in chat even, to just be like, oh yeah, my life is weird. And there's some weird ways that I dovetail with all those folks now. In some ways. I was very glad when Sega was like, when I messaged them and I was like, can I just talk to Reiko Kodama? And they're like, yeah. Because some companies would be like, no. Whoa, 542 damage? That's astounding. Oh, we can show this off now. Even though I think it's only the one enemy, right? Because now we have... Nightmare Party. I want everybody's autographs. That's what I want. But...
That was a tough fight.
Here's the thing, if So the year that last year was GDC and Kodama-san was getting an award, but she wasn't there to get it, which is why I was reaching out to Sega in the first place. I was like, can I just meet up with y'all at GDC? She wasn't there. And because I was giving a talk at GDC too, I was giving a presentation on animation. But even if we interviewed, it would be very gauche and unprofessional of me to ask for an autograph, right? That's like I've interviewed. I got to interview. My mind is blank right now. Hideaki Itsuno and a couple other people, and you can't just be like, "Can you sign this?" It's like... But I did go, "Hey, I like Power Stone." We need to find out about the harpoon cannon here, and then the correct option for the swashbuckling stuff here will be to beat around the bush. One of the few swashbuckling things I got wrong back in the day. It's Lawrence! These are the Explorer Guilds, for those of you who don't know. And they're the Sailors Guilds. And this is why we do the discoveries. So that we can get a smidge of extra gold. Do you all have some secret super Skies of Arcadia Slack? You weirdos. You legends. There's a treasure chest back here. Part of me's like, oh, I should buy sub cannons now for the Little Jack, but I don't even think I can. Here's Pinta. Pinta, for those of you who don't know, you can talk to unlock Pinta's Quest, which is a game you can play on your VMU, which is the visual memory unit, the memory card for the Dreamcast. If you don't know what it looks like, look it up. It's really cool. It's super cool. Is that the Tamagotchi memory card? Yes, sort of. I understand what you're saying. So yeah, let's call it that. I can finally upgrade Aika's weapon. Cause we'll get an upgrade for oh no, really? We don't get it? Don't really got that, really? Dare I? You don't buy the Sky Cutlass because you're gonna get the Assassin's Blade in the sewers, so you don't want that. Hook Hand, tempting. Hook Hand has like the terrible hit percentage though. Yeah. Well, I mean, all of Drachma's things are like less than 100. Do we get any good weapons for him before then? Just from like travel? I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we do. So, that's not what I meant to do. I'm bad at navigating these menus sometimes. We have all of that. But we don't have the complete Sylvite alphabet. What are you gonna do? Oh, this is the guy who's like, oh, I love being on land again. Where's the inn? I'm probably walking the other way. This is... You need to talk with him to learn about... This guy to learn about the, harpoon cannon. He's like, whoa, I heard about this thing called the harpoon cannon. No, this is just a chat full of, like, super fans and some folks. Which is, fun. Oh, the inn is here. I want to go in here because there's a treasure chest with gold. Yeah, we all want the game back. Oh, it's the mysterious merchant. What are the odds? Don't tell me the odds, though. Oh, wow, it's really tempting to just buy this amazing ring. Should I? Dare I? I don't know. Statistically, that's like quite a benefit to me. I don't know, friends. Oh, what do I do? I don't know. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Somebody says they do it. Somebody says to get it. You know what? Yeah. You're right. We're gonna. Crystalli's box would be useful in Valua, you're right. Is the balloon with the bottle here already, I wonder? I'm just curious for my own sake. Oh, yeah. Wow, you can get that this early? Fascinating. Well, I remember last year when I was like, hey, what about if we did this thing? When I was during the letters I sent to Tsuriko Kodama, and they were just like, I don't know. Which I think is everybody's position. They're like, I don't know. Like, who knows? We gotta go back in here to get the treasure chest full of money, which is upstairs. I didn't mean to walk through that door. Maybe something will happen on the 20th anniversary? I wish. I wish. Well, Crazy Taxi broke through in the mainstream way more than this game did. That's why we have Crazy Taxi. Even if I think isn't the newer version, it doesn't have all the songs, right? Which is kind of bullshit, because that game is so much about the music, as much as anything else. Which is why also, that's one of the reasons I freak out about playing this original, like playing the Dreamcast version like I am, as opposed to Legends. Even though I love Legends, I just like having the sound, right? I like having the music be just that little much more. Hey, it's Polly. They're like, oh, it's too bad. We have this really cool cannon that could kill your thing. Yeah, the music is such a big deal for me too. It's just like, I feel it's so essential. So when I was a kid, I hit come right out and say it because I'm an idiot. And instead you have to beat around the bush. You're like, oh, he's such a big whale. Nothing could ever defeat it. Then I heard about this cannon, and Drock was like, screw you. Skies. Well, I mean, I'm playing it now. I have a whole playthrough of it on my YouTube channel and all sorts of stuff, right? It's like, you can play it, and quite frankly, you know, I've said it before, I'm not against it, right? I want an official port so that people can be supported and everything else, but it's like, emulation's a really easy thing. So, but yeah, like, so Tony's saying in chat and other people are saying, yeah, as far as I understand it, these games did not make much money at all. So, that's heartbreaking. This is when he bonks him.
Yeah!
Oh, does he not? Doesn't he bonk him one time when they do that? He's like, what are you doing? That's on the ship. That's right. The one thing I do want to do is, when the time comes to transport the Nasr merchant, make sure I do grab subcannons so that I don't have to worry about that when I fight the red Gigas after the temple. Wait, what? Oh, this is when we talk to the merchant. I got all my stuff out of order. I'm tired. We gotta talk to this fella. Right, isn't it? Oh no, we talked to him and then the other guy's like, I need to go back here. You can have my passport. I never thought I would get to play Shenmue 3, let alone review it professionally. So, there is that. My life is strange. Got to review, like, the new Sonic games and whatever. To grab a drink shortly, because I'm going to be streaming this for a long time, so you know, gotta stay hydrated and everything else. Actually, I could buy a subcannon now, huh? A drink of Loqua? Everybody in chat loves Loqua. It's kind of like that because it is kombucha. And it will be a berry flavored things, which is kind of like a berry juicy whatever. I'm not saying that's what it actually is, but in my brain, I'm about to drink a berry drink. So I'm going to pretend that that's what it is. I must have... Is he even selling subcannons right now? I wonder. I could just buy a subcannon now, grab a torpedo later. Well, I don't know, because we have a port of Grandia too. Oh, he doesn't have his stock now, that's right. So I don't know. Lan Di killed my father. I will have my revenge. It was so weird to get to play Shenmue 3 and also to see people's reaction to it. Because I think some people were expecting something way different, and I'm like, no, what you got was Shenmue. I love the little Jack's little fins. I guess it's possible to lose this fight, but very random. Vice's voice has like such interesting range, because sometimes he's like, it's like, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. And then sometimes he's like, aye, aye. Because when you do the one where he goes in, you put it in the CD player, he's like, you have to put us back in the CD player where we can do our job. And then here he's like, aye, aye. Ah, ship battles. What an amazing... What a concept. I forget if any of these are actually stronger than the other. Generally, don't remember. I was like, I think standard cannon's the stronger one, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Because the other ones are just the little Jack's normal cannons, and the standard cannon's supposed to be like a Valua gunship or whatever. Alright. Yeah, the demo's really good. I think it would have been really interesting to maybe show off the demo before we play the game. The demo, which has like that cool story sequence, and then also just like, hey, do you want to do a ship battle? It's really intense. It's really good. Really just a well put together deal all around. Are you talking about Blueheim, the Blue Gigas? It does have that look. It does look like a Panzer Dragoon type deal. Beautiful. What if we just wait and see what he does now? Let's get behind him. Secondary cannons are so useful, though. Like, you can really... Can be useful. I like building up turns where you can have all three things hit at once. I think it feels really good to have a turn that has a torpedo, a main cannon, and a sub-cannon. Does Increm affect stuff at all? Yes, but I don't have magic cannons right now. Great. Can I use Increm right now? I'm brain dead. Am I able to? Or can I not start using that until... Oh, I don't need magic cannons to use Increm. That's awesome. I guess in my brain I was like, well, I haven't fought Beleza yet, so why I can't use magic. Can't use attack. Yeah. Which I guess the game never really tells you. I mean, we don't need to use it right now. Oh, this is when they do the thing and he bonks them. I feel like the way I'm talking makes it sound like I don't know this game, but I do know this game. I'm just an adult, and adults forget things. Some of those facial expressions are great. And then you get to see the Great Fortress, which is just scary shit. Yeah, for 2 seconds get to see Nasr. Nasr gets such a short shift in this game. They have to, right? Or otherwise, like, I don't know, it'd be a game about a war between these two nations or whatever, which it can't be. So instead they gotta get pretty owned pretty quick. What's your favorite moon? Shout out in the comments. Some edgy person. Mine's the black moon. We don't know if that exists, okay? We just know that there's a black moon stone. Purple moon. Not a bad choice. Not bad, not bad. I see how that is. Pretty cool. Oh, I'm gonna fight you. Where's the captain stripe? Is it actually just in normal item things here? Because that's the thing you don't want to forget to use. You don't get them after every fight, but you should just check. Whichever one gives you strength. Yeah, at the time. I guess I could save them for the Delphinus, huh? But I've never played this game and felt like the Delphinus was not strong enough. Right? I've never been like, man, if only I had saved all my stripes, everything would be fine. Trying to figure out what I want to do with my magic here. Let's get some purple stuff going. Oh, well, those are purple enemies, aren't they? Or are they red? No, they're red.
Here goes.
No, they're purple? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Stripes carry over? Okay. I was like, why would I? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, use them. Use them so I can beat up the red Gigas, the weirdest looking one. Which is saying a lot. Oh, remember that weird spider-ass thing that you can fight outside of, when you're in, underneath the purple moon? Ugh. That thing's so weird looking. I hate it. It's like, what even is it? Terrifying.
That was fun.
Revered voice. Protects against silence, boosts defense. Let's just replace drachmas. Oh no, his attack power is going to decrease by so much. He's already terribly strong. It's a representation of how the Dreamcast is connected to the web. Are you yanking my chain? Is that true? I don't know about that. Like, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe you're right. That would be hysterical. If like there was some old interview somewhere that was like, it's because it's connected to the web, and you're like, oh, sure. There aren't a lot of items that you need to save in this game. I can't think of any because it's like, use your seeds when you get them to make your character stronger. And it doesn't even matter because once you upgrade the alchemist's stuff, you can just buy seeds. You can just buy like 5,000 Paranta seeds and feed them to Vice. Or a Valor. You gotta have all those cool spirit points.
Here goes. Yeah.
Yeah, I want one Moonberry to give to Drachma so he can have tackle. In a great world, everybody would drop Moonberries right now, and I would also get Spirit Charge. I just dropped a thing. Yeah, there's a chest in Lower City Valua, I know. I mentioned it earlier on Pirate Island. There's not one in the catacombs, though, which is kind of surprising. You would think that there would be another in the catacombs. But there is not. Fish. I missed every single one. Can't believe it. I feel like some of y'all have seen me play up to this point a couple times, but we're actually going to keep on going much further. I imagine we'll be able to get pretty far over today and tomorrow. Will we be able to finish it? I don't know. I'm not a speedrunner, but we'll get pretty far. I, 'cause, 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 ' probably get to Yafatoma. Well, does the boss drop one in the catacombs? Does friggin' gross-ass Blelgok drop one? I don't think so, right? They drop like a seed. I don't remember what kind. Maybe a Paranta or Vital Seed? Vital Seed, is someone saying, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I should be commenting more on the game itself or whatever, but right now it's just been nice to sit down and play a thing I love. I don't know, and I feel bad. I've been a professional writer for a fair amount of time now. I've streamed this game, I have a full Let's Play of this game. I don't know, sometimes you just like... You have to accept the fact that the feelings in your heart and the thoughts inside your head are maybe bigger than the words that you can use. That's such a funny thing to say about a video game, right? And like you feel like you're wrong for caring that much about a game or something, right? There's like a guilt that comes with it. But the truth is, it's like everybody has a thing, right? Everybody has a couple things that kind of light them on fire.
Let's go!
And for some of us here, it's this. And that's really, I don't know, it's nice to have a game or a piece of media where, like, good guys just do good things, right? I feel like everything about the world we live in right now should make me believe that's not possible. But yeah, I do. I believe it. I believe that people are fundamentally good. And this game is one of the reasons I think I believe that, which is kind of cool. Also, it's just fun. I don't know, this combat system's really fun. Even though I know a lot of people when they talk about Skies of Arcadia, they're like, well, it's kind of a cliche and it doesn't really reinvent the wheel. And it's like, I don't know, man. You don't have to if it's a really good wheel. Like, people sell tires. Oh, look at this. I love groups of villains. Groups of villains are great. Even though most of these villains are morons. Just the biggest jobbers on the planet. Alfonso and everybody else. There's two people sitting at that table who I take seriously. And they both happen to be the people who end up being sort of good guys. I guess, like, maybe you take Vigoro seriously a little bit. But it's like, I don't know, because his fights can be tricky. Loco. You don't take him seriously at all. Galcian's big cape, I think, is kind of funny. Good facial expression here on Alfonso. I think all of those outfits are in Animal Crossing right now, which is really funny. Like, one user just made really good versions of them. I like when Vise does that. Oh. It's not that deep, but it's a nice little version of stratified society and shit here. This isn't a game about poverty, but it isn't a game that's like, oh, we just need the good rich people, even though Enrique is a thing. They're kind of like, oh, structures are bad. This is when we meet Marco. Really good city theme.
Wow.
See Marco picking his nose.
Uh-huh.
Oop. See ya. Got some folks heading out. Bye, Clay. Yeah, this is a pretty good designed city. There's one of the chests there. There's a creeper. Just creeping in an alley. This is the sad Huskra. Like the weird, like, angry Huskra. We go back here to get this treasure chest. I think the moonberry is after we take the lift, if I recall correctly. It's behind like some boxes. This rat bastard becomes an admiral. Good for him. Good for him, I say. Garbage can. That rumble. That big beefy rumble. I know the moonberry's near here somewhere. This game is full of very good ladders. Just lots of very good ladders. Wait, it's here, right? Wait, Sometimes the camera does some weird stuff. This is it, right? Yeah, there we go. Every now and then I'm like, can you stop so I can turn? That's an easy one to miss. Definitely. One of the easiest moonberries that you can miss. And it sucks too, because it is like one of the actual ones that you can miss. Which is a total bummer. Most you can go back and collect, even if it means the hassle of going back into a dungeon. But that one, totally missable. Then I think we just rest at the inn. We're like, hey, we'll put it on that guy's tab. There's some writing. Wait, do we? Am I coming here too early? Right? I forget. Oh no, he says it. He says like, oh, we'll put it on the tab. I was like, I don't want to lose gold if I can avoid it. Not that gold matters too much in this game. There is that moment later on where they're like, hey, you need to have like 75,000 gold. And you're like, okay. And they're like, you want to rebuild your pirate island? Yeah, I think this is a really neat segment of the game. Especially considering that we don't get to really see pretty much any of this stuff again, right? We don't really come back to Valua in a way that's meaningful. The next time we're even really doing anything on the continent is when we're searching for Rocknum. And then later on, like the 2 seconds... Well, not the 2 seconds. It's the airship dungeon where we find the yellow Gigas, but that's really anticlimactic. It's maybe one of the more curious moments of the game for me, where it's just like, that's finally one where they're like, it's the checklist and we get rid of it. Let's sneak into the Colosseum. It just comes and goes really fast, right? It's just kind of like, hey, we should go here. Oh, we should go underneath now that we have the things. And we just got to get the crystals so that we can have all the crystals so that Ramirez can take them. That bastard. Huh? Oh, this is when we chase Marco on the rooftops. The directions of this are weird because there's the like the little markers. This stuff doesn't quite show up again, where it's like run in the direction of the markers for the automatic movement or whatever. Right? It's like it almost feels like that would be a repeatable thing. And it's not. I think it's more about getting the item, right? Like I cut him off there, so I got the item. But I think that's it. Maybe I'm wrong. It's like one single Sakura crystal, which is helpful, but still. Yeah, and they never really do anything like this again. Or like that sequence again. I like what Drachma's like totally mean here. He's like, what if we kill the kid? And everyone's like, dude, are you for real? He's like, if you're gonna talk to the guards, we're gonna have to murder you. I do like that this is a game that's pretty much like 100% find the magical crystals to stop the evil empire, and yet it manages to feel kind of fresh. Right? It's like, it's mostly just find the shiny MacGuffins, but actually like things get fleshed out really well. It's not like, say, and this is not a knock against these games, but like another game I think of in contrast to Skies of Arcadia is something like Lunar, which is also like a really fun RPG, but also kind of like, I think, even more basic, right? In a lot of ways. Even though it's really fun, and Silver Star Story Complete is like a really great package. But like that game kind of has always felt like way more superficial, even though I think of it as basically, because I think of Silver Star Story Complete as being kind of almost contemporary with this game. Well, this is later on where he says, is it later on when he's talking to, is it when he's talking to Marco, or way later on when he's talking to Dawn, when he says impossible is a word to make you feel better when you quit? It's one of the two. He has another talk later on with Marco in the sewers where he says some good stuff. I like that moment in the upper city where you can be like, I'm related to Alfonso. And the guy's like, oh, I'm so very sorry. This is a good line too. You've grown tired of living. I want to show you something interesting before you die. There's some good stuff here. This whole sequence is really good. And then you get Fina. And then you get to go around and grab the chams. Which is, the first one we're going to get is on Pirate Island. And then we're going to go to Shrine Island. And a few other things. I think the next one after that is in Maramba, though. So it's not that much of a rush. But you can kind of miss the one in Shrine Island. The sewers in this game, the catacombs are freaky because they have the Mind Stealers, which are actually, I think, one of my favorite designed enemies. Things. Yeah, I mean, I'll be forced down that path to get the cham, arguably, right? But why would I wait to get that cham when I can just, the minute I leave Pirate Island, beeline it there, grab the cham, and leave, right? It means going back into the dungeon a little bit. It's like 2 levels deep or 3 levels deep, but you just grab it. It's kind of like me when I circled back to get the Moonberry. It won't take long. Right, exactly. We'll get some levels maybe for Fina. So it's not too bad. And then we're mostly good here. These are cool. I usually hate sewer levels. I don't hate the catacombs too much. They're really straightforward. It's just like 3 long corridors, but I think it's, as far as sewer levels go, it's not too bad. I just played Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I liked a great deal, but some of those sewer levels in that game were a real hassle. Mind Stealer? No. Oh, I didn't want them to move before I could use my special ability. Xenogears, a game that I haven't played in ages. I remember so little of it. I like how they were like, we ran out of budget, so here's just the ending. I greatly admire them for it. Oh, that poisoned? Really? That sucks. I thought maybe we'd avoid it. How's the playthrough going? Pretty good. Ica being poisoned is annoying. Do 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 do. I think we can get... Well, wait, is it... Do you immediately get Crystallis after Crystalli, or is there like some weird Silenus tossed in there? Would I say poison is the most annoying status effect in JRPGs? No. The most annoying status effect in JRPGs is stop. Or something like that, right? My roommate is making some type of juice. Oh, confusion. Yeah, that's a screwy one too, huh? Yeah, confusion's a good choice. But stop is like really annoying to me because it's just like, I would rather a fight continue just kind of sloppily than a fight just come to a halt. Here are the Mind Stealers. Scariest fucking thing on the planet. The worst. Because you're like, oh, these were just dudes. Don't dodge. Thank you. She gets poisoned again. I'd be like, come on. Counterattack. I didn't get the hook arm, which was tempting to do. Oh, I need to give him tackle. It's kind of silly. I think sometimes by this point he has spirit charge. So if an enemy drops a spare moonberry, I'll give him spirit charge. I don't really use Drachma in the end game, so it's like I'm not concerned about being like, he needs to get Hand of Fate. But spirit charge is a really good skill.
That was easy.
Who do you like using in the endgame dungeon? Shout out in the comments. I think most people use Enrique for Justice Shield. But I feel like some people probably use Gilder. He used Drachma because you missed him. That's fair.
Yeah.
I was like, why is Vise attacking so quickly? And the answer is we gave him, first off, the ring, and then we also upped his agile with a seed, so. Oh, did you just use prophecy over and over? I mean, that's valid. To just be like, I'll just use this powerful ultimate ability over and over again. Oh god, critical hit. Terrifying. Sometimes you just jam through a battle. Wow, that guy just got screwed up. Do they... to the best of my knowledge, they don't really explain that blue rogues and prophecy is a thing, do they? Or at least when I was a kid, I was shocked to learn that it was a thing. They're never like, hey, you can drop a moon on someone. To the best of my knowledge. I think most people discover them accidentally, quite frankly. Yeah. Yeah, there's no wrong way to play any game. Lunar light. It'll be interesting to see if at the end of this playthrough everybody has their abilities, because I'd be willing to grind it out to make sure that the main three have their shit. Seems pretty important to me. Oh, right, the weird electric bunnies.
Yeah.
She's gonna hit most of them. Counterattack. Get it? Nice. I love the way that the voices are mixed during special attacks. It's so over the top. I think it's really funny. We're keeping really casual here, though.
Right.
I will say that the catacombs as a space become more interesting as you progress because you end up getting to those areas where you see the sky and everything, right? I think it's really cool that even in a lot of areas where you're underground or whatever, you're reminded of the sky. And just how crucial of a thing that is. Even the times where it's like, you're deep underground, it's like you're underneath a continent. Do an XYZ thing. Another fight coming up in a second. This is the room after the executioner with like the weird stuff on the wall. Is that what, the one you're talking about? We were like, yeah. We were like, I wonder who was down here, and I wonder if that shit's all just about the Reigns of Destruction. Yeah, I know the room you're talking about. We were kind of like, what is this? God, Alpha Storm is a criminally good ability this early in the game. Oh no, I think the Mind Stealers are super freaky. Like some of the best enemies in the game. Just in terms of their raw design and like what they imply. Counter? Nah. Poison. You bastards. Should be the end of the fight anyway. Yeah, we're keeping it super chill. God, it's so funny. I want to just be like super insightful all the time, but that's not really possible. But I like to pretend it is. Do we get any Zivelin Banes yet? I don't think we do, but maybe we do. When's our first Zivelin Bane? Temple of Pyron? Might be. Love those little bastards. Top tier enemy. 10 out of 10. A lot of enemies here. I might actually have to heal before, like, way earlier than I wanted to. Good counterattack, though. Shocking no one, I am building up towards Rain of Swords. Not anymore, though, I think. I think we gotta heal you, buddy. Woo! That's some spicy stuff right there. Is it a cult of Banes? Yes, Batman. I'm stealing all of your treasure, Batman. No, it's just a weird thief cult. Because there's Lord Bane in the, Wow, these enemies are going ham. There's Lord Bane in the, Legends version.
Here goes.
As a bounty. That's one of the things I really like about Legends is the bounties. Counter. It's like one of the... Like, I wish that had just always been in the game, right? Although, I don't like having your thing changed to Vise the Fallen Pirate. That's a bit of a pain in the ass. Ooh! They're really going ham on my boy. Tough fight.
It looks like we won.
That should get her Crystallis. And then I'm actually going to switch her back to green magic. Damn, though, huh? Folks getting beat up. Just kind of give them all a little boost for now. Then we'll heal. Hopefully, you only need to heal again before the fight with Chubby Checker down here. But I'm not running away from fights right now just because it's so really like it's just deeply valuable to get early experience and item drops and all of that. There's not many reasons to really run away from a battle in this game. Wow, they can cast Quicka? Totally forgot about that. I guess if I really worked at it, I could have Quicka before these fights, right? That'd be interesting. Because I think the goal I would want to do is I would want to increm Drachma and just tackle and Vise Cutlass Fury when he needs to. Don't poison, please. Come on. That sucks. Does he have Webley? Okay. I suppose that's fine. How soon do you get Quicka, though? You can move the camera, by the way. I think one time we were doing a stream and we got to this point and we showed off taking Vise's goggles off, which you can do in battles. It's like a weird secret to take his eye patch off.
We did it!
We can try that in the next fight just for shits and giggles. Oh god, Drachma's magic growth sucks though, huh? It's just like not good. I can hear my Dreamcast is going crazy right now as the battles come in. Let's see if I remember this. Right. The control stick or the D-pad. I'm doing it wrong, right? It's... I think I'm doing it wrong. Oh, I'm doing it in reverse, I think. There we go. But there you go. I was doing, it's right. I was starting with left. I was like, ah. I was like, I think I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, right. It's such a defining feature of his that removing it is very, very strange. Getting into a lot of battles, though. I mean, that's par for the course here a little bit, but like we're getting into a lot of battles, way more than usual. The Assassin's Blade is one of the coolest looking weapons in the game. Counterattack and we win? Thank you, Drachma.
Yeah!
Oh god, there's I'm thinking about all the chams and stuff now too. There's gonna be that moment where we need to fall down in Moonstone Mountain, right? Which is just like weird. It's really weird. I feel like it's better served going on Drachma right now, right? I think? I mean, I don't know. Our tanky moron pirate boy needs some tanky moron armor. Yeah, this is my favorite part of the entire catacombs right here. Like, this is just super cool. Just like one of my favorite corridors in a video game. And I'm biased because it's in my favorite video game, but it's really cool. They didn't have to do that. It could have just been like hallways. And instead they were like, what if we added some of the sauce to this? And they did, and it was great. Yeah, look at that weapon. So good. Electry. Electric bats. Part of me, when I was trying to figure out what I wanted for my tattoos, I almost got one of the actual Moonstone runes instead of Fina's tattoo. Oh well. I think I made the better choice. Can you guess my favorite moon?
Serves 'em right.
Oh, you know what I haven't done? Well, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, that's right, the journal. I think some people forget about this. This is a nice little bit of characterization for Vice. And then if you want to learn about your discoveries, keep track of how many you have. The thing that I've been meaning to do this whole goddamn time, which is make sure that this dude has his body slam stuff ready. His big old tackle charge prepared for the next fight, where it's going to be really pretty damn crucial. Although Increm doesn't last very long, which is like the only downside of things. It's just like Increm is not a spell that lasts particularly long. I want to save those Sakuri's boxes for the fight, which means that I should... Bada bing. Just in case, having the yeah, look at that thing. I love, this is another good thing, right? Let me look at the boss before I fight it and be like, oh my god. This is a really great boss design too. The first like 10 hours of this game is fucking fantastic. It's just a knockout punch, right? The only downside is going from this straight into the executioner fight, which is a lot to deal with. Oh, it's green. For some reason I thought it was purple. Which I guess means that we should all... at least while we're fighting, right? Change these to red. And then before the end of the fight, just remember to switch them back. Even though I don't know if that matters. I don't want this guy to puke on the ground, but he's gonna. But this is also just going to give us extra defense right now from any of these attacks. Right? Tackle's 10. Increm is 4? Jesus.
Moons.
Executioner's thing that bothers me the most isn't tackle, it's the sonic attack that he does where he swings his axe and it has that big arc. Tackle can be devastating, but the arc thing is like way more annoying to me. I like being able to see the skulls inside the monster here. Counterattack back. Fuck him up. Trying to build up towards a big attack. Lots of counters right now from the monster. Oh, very choice. Well, everybody's just getting critical hits right now. That's hysterical.
Moons, give me strength.
Was it really only outputting at 1080? Weird. I don't know how to change that right now. Maybe something with how I was handling his stuff with the upscaler. Hard to say. They haven't done the big breath puke attack yet, so I'm wondering when that's gonna hit and really mess with our day. We're really using Drachma as kind of our anchor for this fight, and for the next one too. Although really, Rain of Swords is gonna help us in the next fight, if we're willing to put up with some bullshit. But this has been pretty smooth. All things considered. Yeah, way smoother. This might be the smoothest one of these fights that I've ever had. Oh, that might be the fight right there. No, this is for sure, though. I am sorry, I don't know why it's only putting the option for 1080p. If I knew how to change it, I would. I am in the middle of a stream though, so I'm not entirely sure what the thing to change that would be. Very unsure, as a matter of fact, so that's not to dismiss your concern, it's more just I don't know what to do. I would help if I could. Try and get through it, I guess. Yeah, I don't need to use that yet. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go back to this to save. I've done this more than enough times to be like, oh, I should be careful. Yeah, that might be the easiest time I've had on that boss fight in the history of playing this game. That's really impressive. Let's do it. Let's be the heroes. Let's be big goddamn heroes. I definitely wish that I had more insightful thoughts right now. I don't know. I feel pressure when I talk about this game to be like really good at talking about this game. And sometimes I'm just like, I like it. It makes me feel nice. This is a bit of a tougher battle, but we have some good tools. Wow, I don't even get to choose. That's so weird. I guess I could really like push into streaming for a bit and get partnered, but don't know what's to do with that. Good hit here. I think I'm tired too. It's been a weird couple of weeks. There are a couple more weird weeks ahead of me. You will see. You know? But yeah, there's this part of me as a games critic who I just want to always be spitting fire. But after you do it for like 4 or 5 years, sometimes you just enjoy kind of luxuriating in a thing, right? And the pace of this game right now is like really good. So first things first is that we're just going to focus on these dudes as much as possible, which is really, really nice. The only thing that sucks is we have to adjust some things here. So actually I have to go back to Vise and switch him to like blue. We have to switch everybody to blue temporarily. Because that is the only thing we have right now that's effective against yellow. Yeah, right? Just I went out to the corner store and I bought crappy food and I ate it. And I feel terrible about doing that, but also, I don't know, I'm worth it. Friggin' Increm. Let's see if we can just get rid of these guys real quick. 271 on that. That's incredibly fucked up. Right? Just like, kind of hellacious. I can't believe he missed. Well, I can believe it because it's Drachma. Oh, I was hoping that was a critical. I think they're still alive. Oh my god. That's such horseshit. That's so disappointing. Counter? Oh, come on. Save me the turn. This is gonna ace Vice. Whew, yeah. That's rough stuff right there. I think if he had a different if he didn't have blue crystal right there, I think he would have been super boned.
Let's try this.
I mean, I did a whole commentary in a Let's Play where I was a bit younger, a bit more fiery, but still think it was pretty good. Oh, I thought they weren't going to cast at all. Bummer. Not terrible, but we can start making some big moves here in a minute. Because we're going to increm. Well, we're building up to it, I promise. It's coming, I promise.
Moons, give me strength.
Because we're in a pretty good spot. Because also now we're going to just have a big glut of spirit points that we can just unload. Will Vice survive? Oh my god, he just got nailed.
Can't give.
Do I have a way to revive him? I don't. That sucks. Someone's banging around. Give me 2 seconds. Be right back. thought somebody was trying to bang down our fucking door. This kind of blows. Because my plan is kind of ruined, right? Instead, I just kind of gotta go like this. Vice isn't gonna get any experience. One of the game's only real downsides. Which is just that, right? I thought he'd survive. I don't know why he took such a beefy chunk of damage that time. It was kind of surprising. Sonic Wave annoys me though. Like, this is an annoying attack to me. Oh, does the first moon crystal give you Ryslem?
Let's try this.
In Legends? That's smart, yeah. That's really useful. Oh, how much would it suck to die here? I'd be very disappointed. Well, he doesn't have Increm anymore, so that's good. Oh, she can't even use any magic right now. Okay. Is she gonna even do damage there? I wonder.
Here goes.
No, if I attack with that, I'm mostly just risking her getting counterattacked into oblivion. I can win this fight. It's more just like, kind of sucks. But I don't really have any healing options anymore. So I'm partial. I didn't mean to attack shit. I did the thing! I did the thing. That sucks. Thankfully, it's like, even though I can die here, it's like, it's not a horribly difficult fight. You know what I'm saying? I probably could have just been more aggressive at the start. And I would have avoided a lot of trouble here. But that got him? No, this will. Wow. I'm so mad that Vice isn't going to get any of the experience for this, though.
It looks like we won.
In the end, it doesn't matter. The game kind of is balanced around this idea that you might not always get stuff, but now my main character is behind. I love that little bow. Super good. I think the only healing options I have right now are Vi's healing, but I think Fina will heal us in a second, right? Or no, someone heals us in a second. What? It's not Fina. Because we have to go save Fina on the train. Doesn't someone heal us? Marco. Oh wow, I don't have enough blocks. Look at this character's behind that character. I can't believe Vi's got knocked down. I guess if there's any fight where you're gonna lose someone, it's that fight. Right? Like, that's just the way it's gonna go. We're gonna grab some discoveries after we rescue Fina. This is the room you're talking about, by the way, with this weird rains. Because that looks like a moon with a bunch of shit coming out of it, so. I wonder, the sacred crystals and magic droplets are mostly probably to let you heal, huh? Good little animation there. Why was she taken to the palace? First time I play this game? No. Absolutely not. Deeply, deeply. I've played this game lots of times. It's my favorite game.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Super good game. People are quieter now. Everybody just slipped into their cozy little groove. I'm there too right now. Drachma. Yeah, I guess they really do give you the crystals and stuff just because they know that you've gone through that bullshit. I'm not really like, where is everybody? God damn it. But it's more just like, it's funny to see the ebb and flow. Because I'm going to keep on streaming this for quite a while. Even though I think I will need to take 5 minutes after we rescue Fina to perhaps make sure I have more water. I was like, I think we can still get encounters here. I guess we go for it.
Yeah.
We just need the experience. Vice needs to catch up. Even if he's not going to really catch up too much. I want to see if I can just distract these two enemies until... Oh no, the other one turned around. I was like, what if I just distracted it? I love that weapon. It's the best looking weapon. I don't even like the Vorlich blade in terms of how it looks too much. Vorlich blade always felt a little excessive. You go get a monster. You shuffle over there. You freako. Oh, that guy got beat up. That's good. Yeah, this is such an interesting stretch of the game because it's hard for me to think of many other cases or situations where you really have this much action coming so quickly. You have 2 boss fights back to back. You have an additional dungeon tunnel. You have a little bit of a break before the train. But then you have the warden, like the other fight against the 2 jailers. And then it's not quite a fight in the same way that I think some people think, but it is the right, it's the exit of the fortress where you use the harpoon cannon for the first time. So it's a lot of it's a lot of movement forward, where the game doesn't usually have that, except I think maybe Yafatoma, right, where there's just a lot going on there, where it's okay, now you're in the mountain dungeon, now you're fighting a weird turtle, now you have to go out and I think you fight Vigoro, right? And then just more and more stuff over and over and over. That's one of those segments too that has a lot going on, but this is definitely one of the segments that really has a ton of stuff.
Back off! Alpha Star!
You can fight Galcian and you can beat him, as I understand it, but it soft locks the game. The game just kind of freaks out and is like, what did you do? Right? Isn't that how that happens? If you get his health to 0, the game just is like, I give up.
That was easy.
Yeah, because then you fight, I was gonna say, you fight Vigoro and then you fight the Gigas. Vigoro with his big gunship, literal gunship. This is a good scene with Marco, right? This is like one of the few times, but not really. I think one of the first and most direct times where we really get a sense of Vice's character. Which isn't to say that we haven't had it before, but I mean like of why Vice is somebody who in this world ends up being important. Because of the way that he kind of talks to another person, because of the way that he kind of rejects all these ideas of impossible this, impossible that. Like there's empathy, but there's also just like this dude who just ain't gonna stop. That's a good little message, right? Of just like, keep on challenging yourself, do stuff. It's so funny. I'm such a sap where I'm like, you know what is actually a good way to live? Like that Blue Rogue's code. Like show audacity in all things, motherfucker. Like go for it. Like, come on. You got one shot, as far as I know, so you might as well do it. And this is the one that people quote the most, right? Is that impossible is a word that to let people feel good about themselves when they quit. We know that that is not necessarily the case. We know in real life, systemically, there are things that you cannot change as an individual, but the fantasy of doing it is very powerful, right? And can draw you to work with people who then, as a collective, you can do it or whatever. Like Marco's little wah. It's very Wario. It's like very Wario energy. Empress Theodora, who we don't really get to know much about. Interestingly enough, we really don't get to know too much about her. Charles Martinet? Are you talking about Charles Martinet, voice of Vigoro? That's the only voice role I know him from. Yeah, he's never done anything else. This is a good scene for Fina, too, where this is, like, really freaking good of her to, like... This is almost like what she does with Dine, except on a bigger scale, where she's, like, she's in the hall, or, like, the room, where somebody else technically owns the fucking room. I'll do you one better. Vigoro, you know who else Vigoro's voice actor is? It's Mario. It's Mario. It's me. The one, the only. This is like the most middling piece of bullshit. Like, I like Enrique, but like, man, he's like, I don't know if ruling the world by force is something I am sure I approve of. And you're like, come on, dude. You're gonna be a good emperor or whatever, but like, the phrasing of that's very much like, in this case, like, come on, bud. Yeah, very early on, Enrique's like, I feel some misgivings about then he finally acts on it, and you're like, very, very good. Like, this dude has very little ideology, and then he gets there, and he turns it into praxis. But this is a great moment for Fina, right? Where you get a really good sense of who Fina is, too. Like, I will die before you tell you. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. You can't control these things, you fucking moron. It's a fantastic moment for Fina. One of my favorite moments for her, actually. Fina's very, very good in the face of like any power source or structure of like really like just calling it out, which is very good. Dude, don't bonk her like that. Vigoro's eyebrow game is incredibly powerful. So I plan to continue my playthrough tomorrow, certainly, and maybe Monday. I have a lot of stuff that's happening next week that I need to figure out and plan for and do. I would like to finish a playthrough of this game before, not next week, but like 2 weeks from now. Definitely before then.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It's very weird that she's like, I know the name Ramirez. Because Ramirez does not, to me, sound like, not to be a little basic here, but it does not sound like a Sylvite name to me. Which one of these people is the one that's talking about their golden toilet? Oh, this is the dude who's like, why don't they eat cake? I wish that this was like a pirate's choice, but it's not. I'm a relative of Admiral Alfonso. Oh, I'm so very sorry. Tell him I'm from the Dine family. I just like his reaction, like this dude who like, it's like hypocrite moron buddy. Well, that's right, there's a safe thing there. I thought it was closer to the train section. Oh, that's the lady who's gonna talk about her toilet, or whatever, her gold bathtub. My pure gold bathtub. Pure silver toilet. And then we kind of go pretty straight, like very quickly into the train section. Not much time for a break. You didn't know Marie Antoinette, so you heard the cake line, and you were like, ah. The cake line is something that Marie Antoinette might not have even said. as I understand it. Oh, Fina. Fina. I'm never gonna call her Fina. I'm sorry. Can't happen. Skies of Arcadia, accidentally teaching history lots of times, right? Gotta find the city of Montezuma. I like the one when she knocks Enrique off the off the ship. That's the best moment of somebody falling on their fucking face in the entire game, of just like, what? Lord Galcian's, like, all the Admiral's, like, weird little tacit, like, ribbon things are kind of strange to me. But I'm an idiot. His cape is so funny because he just looks like a giant... Just like a giant burrito evil man for, like, sometimes. When he shows up, it's scary as hell, though. Like, it's really good. And it's so funny because it's, again, this is a pretty basic game. But just having a villain that feels really imposing is important. This was a segment that was on the demo disc. Which is very, very good. Oh, I love his weird cloak cape thing. But also I'm just like, it's big. It's a big one. Way to cast Quicka on yourself. Quicka, that skill that I feel like I should be using more of and never do when I play this game. That feels like a waste too, buddy. I don't know what you're thinking. Critical. Fuck him up. We're gonna really try and power level Fina's green magic, which in turn is gonna level up a lot of Aika's magic and other people's stuff. Because the thing that we're not gonna rush into really quickly is silver magic. I prioritize green over silver, at least at first. Right, like, because I'm just getting more value on each new skill. Everybody has their beliefs on what's probably the best. Wow. Like, everybody's like, we should not fuck with this guy. Yeah, anytime a dude's just like walking towards you, you know he's a bad dude. Just absolutely terrifying. You should see him in the background of these fights and just be like, oh god. I would be very entertained. I'm so bummed that Vice died during that fight. Just having a little bit of extra stat here would be really, really nice. Oh, they're being really mean to... Yeah, he's just like walking. I think she's just... Oh, only took it on half. Well, she hasn't had a weapon upgrade yet. None of her weapons have dropped. I should have Cutlass Furied there, because now we're gonna go to an extra turn. Or not. Thank you, Aika.
That was easy.
But I do like the idea of him being like, oh, they're fighting, I shouldn't. It would be very rude of me to interrupt. He's still walking pretty quickly, all things considered. It's not like he's just like slowly walking. He's got a little bit of pep in his step. But he's also like, my sword is big, and later on it will be able to destroy entire armadas. Terminal is such an interesting attack. First off, I bet you it's supposed to be terminus, right? Or maybe it's supposed to be terminal because of terminal velocity. One of the two. Because he's dropping from the sky. Maybe it's more that. But, I don't know. Feels like terminus would make sense too. But that's one of the most bananas attacks in the entire game. And that's saying something. Because there are some pretty bonkers enemy attacks in this game. There you go, buddy. Leveled up just a little. Hey, Sacris Crystal. That's good. Oh, he's still coming. I really want to stop and go in first person and just see how quickly he's actually hustling. Oh, my favorite person in the world. You are my best friend. She's too good.
Heya!
This has boss music, but it's not really... I mean, it's not quite too much of a... You know what I'm saying? Like, they're pretty generous here in a way that I think is very... very nice. Especially after all the other bullshit. We need to make sure we just have the right crystals equipped for a minute. Just switch them back before the end. I think Aika should probably just be focusing a lot. Oh, that... Oh, wow. I thought that was going into a counterattack. After we get back to Pirate Island, I'll take like 5 minutes to maybe make a little bit of food. Cutlass Fury should kill this guy. Right? Well, hold on. She can do this now. Oh, it's 4? That's dumb. That's stupid. That's silly. Can he... He can't counterstand Cutlass Fury, can he? That'd be very funny. This should end him. Oh, really? No, I guess, does that count as blocking? Weird. Oh, come on. Just end it. Oh, he's so close to being Dunsky. Come on. Oh, yeah, I just want to be super smart with my commentary. I guess I'm just not there. Just not there, bro. This should end him, right? It's gotta be the thing that ends him, and then we'll use Increm. Dead. Good use of Sakri. Haha. Your buddy died before it really mattered.
Moons, give me strength.
Oh, perfect. I hate turning Aika into like a battery, but I mean, it's useful right now. To just really have her. Even just the extra point of spirit helps, right? Finish the fight? No. It's like, that'd be fun. It's so funny. Yeah, it's really funny to me that they treat it like a boss fight. By which I mean, like, the music, they have all the music and stuff. Oh, counter stance. I guess I should finish him here. Oh, wow, really?
Here goes.
Well, that did it. Good for her.
We did it.
Not bad, not bad. Always good. Always good. 10 magic droplets. Really? That's really random. Oh, her music, too. I can't deal with it. Y'all. Cannot deal with how great of a character. First off, all three of these people are, but how much I love Fina as a character. Killing me. Like how she's like, why did you come here? And she's like, you're our friend. Like, what are you talking about? Too good. Oh, it's because I'm on the train. My controller's just still going bananas. This is the era where people were like, we have haptics. We should use them constantly. Like, he's like, that girl's not worth anything, give her to me. And you're like, makes it sound like you're, that she's useful to you. Oh, my heart. Good moment for Drachma here, too. Yeah, listen to the controller rumble. Oh my god, it's just really going at it. Good moment. Really good moment. We're gonna end up grabbing some discoveries and some other stuff too, once we're able to. Because we're going to be able to go through stone reefs and stuff. Because we'll have the harpoon cannon.
Thank you so much.
It's gonna be a bit weird to go around, but you know. And grab that stuff, but I'm playing like I would be playing normally. It's funny that they repeat this trick when you escape with the Delphinus. It's basically this moment again, except bigger, right? They're like, you have a new toy. And both times, it works. Yeah, with the Delphinus blowing open the gate is really good. Friggin' Moonstone Cannon's so good. 10 out of 10. It's just a good feeling. Good feeling to play this game. Makes me feel nice. And it's not like, you know, we don't see these things anymore. Right? We see plenty of RPGs, and I think RPGs in general have gotten really strong over the last couple of years, but for a while, there's like this weird spell where things didn't land the way that maybe I think people wanted to. It's like, people are like, Resonance of Fate, I love it. And I'm like, do you? It's cool, but does it work? You know what I'm saying? It's like, there were cool experiments, but things maybe that didn't last as long in my memory. Obviously, I'm biased in this particular case, but I think it's true for some other games too. Because we have like Final Fantasy XII, which I think is a fairly good game, but also really kind of a mess of a game when you look at it. So, and that's the franchise, right? And it manages to churn out a game that is both really cool from a mechanical perspective, but also just like kind of hobbled when you look at the actual narrative, even though the localization turns it into something pretty cool. That's not helped by the fact that like halfway through that game, Yasumi Matsuno just like had a breakdown. But you know, there's just like this weird space where there's some really cool experimental stuff. Like that's where you get like Dragon Quarter and things like that. But not as many things that break through. Like that was around the time, like maybe a little bit later than that, right? You're finally getting into Xbox 360 time and things like that. You get Nier, and Nier doesn't even land the way that it quote unquote should, right? I think people who played Nier thought that was a great game, but there's a whole group of people who are now only going to be playing Nier because they played Automata, and now they're going to go back to the remake or remaster. Was Dragon Quarter the game where you had to start over as an actual progression mechanic? Yeah, kinda. Yes, but it's the game you're thinking of. It's a really cool game. Do I get immediate control over the ship? Or do we cut back to the island? Because if we get control over the ship, I'm just going to grab some discoveries. They can't stop me. This is when Galcian's just like, "Arr." Sucks to be you, buddy. Oh, we do just jump back to it. Ah, she's so good. Cannot deal with it. Oh, this is when I still go, oh, I wish my tattoo was just a little... closer. You know what I'm saying? Ah, ha, 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 ha. This is when she's like... Let me tell you about these giant monsters. This has that really cool picture of the green gigas. Just like tearing it. He has one of the best moments in the game where he just punches that airship. The moon crystals are MacGuffins. Oh, I'm so picky about my tattoo. I think it's okay. It doesn't... The line from the bottom part isn't continuous into the circle. It's like not one stroke, if that makes sense. This is a good version of the main theme. This is like one of the few times we hear Vice's theme. We hear this now, we hear it with the Delphinus. We don't hear this theme as many times as you'd think, considering it's the main character's theme. Cupel! There it is. He's the best.
Yes.
We can finally grab the chams and other stuff. I need to take a few moments to step away, so I'll be back in a little bit. Won't take too long, I promise. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I needed a beverage and a tiny little bit of food. It was only responsible of me to do that and make sure that I was doing okay. Please climb the ladder, Vice. Yeah, so that first part of the game is like super strong. Just a lot of momentum. And I think broadly this game works kind of on like two extremes, right? One of which is that pretty fast-paced sequence after sequence after sequence, and the other, as we're kind of going to see here for a minute or two, or more than a minute or two, is just exploration, right? Is that other half of the puzzle. The thing that like you want to do in a game like this, which is go back to old places and find treasures, friggin' you know, find discoveries on the map. All important stuff. Hopefully we get to hear Cupel beep. Yes. So because I'm playing on the original, on my Dreamcast, you get to hear Cupel beep as I kind of get close to where a Cham is. Cupel eats these adorable little shards of moonstone as food. It's going to be the reason we go back to Shrine Island. Hear it? It's fun. It's like a nice little bit of a almost kind of goofy mechanic, right? But it's an excuse to pay attention and go back to old places and all of that. Let's grab this treasure chest while we can. We can only find so many things right now. Some of the reason we're able to find more stuff on the map is just because we're able to go through sky rifts. Well, not like the rocky parts, because we have the harpoon cannon, which is very, very useful. And so now my my controller, my VMU, now has Cupel on it. See if I can take a picture of it, right? That I'll post to my Twitter or something. Right. Just deeply adorable little buddy. Super, I love Cupel so much. He doesn't make noise in game. Instead, the controller beeps, and then if you have a rumble pack, I think it rumbles too. I might be wrong there. Here, I'll even show you if you've not seen the VMU. I just posted that to social. Which is doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh well, it looks funny on social. Give me a second. I just want to share it with the world because I love it so much. I know this is not fabulous television, and I guess taking a break probably means that I lost like 9,000 people watching. All 9,000 of you viewers. Just heartbreaking, right, to lose all that. My 9,000 viewers. It's just like super heartbreaking. Oh, some people just got here. Good. Yes. So we're just doing like house cleaning before we end up going towards Nasr, where our good friend Drachma will abandon us. That motherfucker. But for those of you who don't know, this is what I was trying to get all set up and take a picture of. If you've not seen like the VMU, like this is... So like as I play, Cupel's just like down there, right? Like just chilling. Just having a great fucking time. And then popping up every now and then when it's time for that. Adorable. Love it. Every memory card should also be like a weird portable game system and Tamagotchi. No excuse. It really should just be like that. Yeah, I bet you that this is... It can't be, right? Are these comparable save files, like in terms of where they're at? They are, except Vice is... That's so funny to see how close they are, and Vice is a level behind. It's kind of mind-blowing. Yeah, he didn't die in the executioner fight in that file. I think Aika did. Actually, I think Aika is the one who's behind in that file, so... It's very nice of Aika or Dyne to be like, go out there. I'm gonna keep on saying it. I wish Vize's mom had a name. I know everyone except for you, Mom. They're good parents. They're pretty great. Oh no, I'm not using the VGA box. I'm using an upscaler. I'm using a FrameMeister. So I'm going from the Dreamcast to the FrameMeister to yeah. But I'm not specifically like using a Dreamcast, like one of those ones. All these characters kick ass. They're great. Too good. So go to Nasr, guys. We're going to Nasr. Yeah, no. So also sometimes too, you get a Blue Rogues flag.
Yes,
So it depends. When Cupel pops out, he'll do Cupel things. He'll like put his tail at the top of the screen and like wiggle back and forth and sway. He'll like put his face and smash, quote unquote, against the screen. Cupel will do a couple of things. Is there a reason I play the Dreamcast version and not the GameCube version? Audio quality. I want uncompressed audio. I want music that sounds like music. I like Skies of Arcadia Legends a lot. I like the bounties. Moonfish, I could take it or leave it, but all the PS stuff's really good. So I don't mind it. It's more just, you know, only so much I can do. So what is the plan here, Heather? Well, first off, the plan is go to Shrine Island and grab the Cham for Cupel. And then I gotta do some looping around to get some discoveries, because I can't go through sky, like the clouds. I can't go through the rifts yet, but I can go to other places, which is important to me. And I can grab a couple of discoveries while I'm heading on my way to Maramba. I can grab... I didn't mean to do that. I can grab quite a few discoveries on my way into Maramba. This will help Vise and everybody else kind of catch up in level too. This will help Fina catch up in level, which is nice. Not by a ton, but just a little bit, right? Because she starts at level 1, which is just like, you know. So for those of you who don't quite understand Chams, Cupel is Fina's weapon. She always has Cupel with her. And you feed him Chams so that he assumes different forms. There's actually like a growth tree where you can make them, you can feed him these things called Chams that also make it revert levels, and that can make it go on certain discrete evolution paths, but mostly you just feed it a ton of Chams as much as you can. If you're playing on the Dreamcast, it's hard to get Final Cupel, which is the obviously the bestest, most powerful version of Cupel. And that's because you can only get the final Cham on this island called Hamacho Island, which you had to download off of the internet to add to the game. I don't have that data on my Dreamcast. There are ways to get it there. I have the files for it saved, right? I have the VMU and like the memory files for it, but it's more just that I've never, burned like a boot disk to do VMU saves and put them on to my Dreamcast or whatever. But you can do that. It just takes a little bit of fishing around the internet to set some things up and get what you need. So now, while we can, right, we want to start boosting Fina's growth quite a bit in green magic, more than silver magic. And for the short amount of time that we're going to have Drachma with us, we're going to actually make him equip green too, because the minute we hit Maramba, Drachma's going to be like, peace out, I'm a jerk. And then he'll help us again later. So we actually want to do a couple of things, which is we're going to grab discoveries. We're going to grab this Cham down here. I think that'll level up Cupel into Cupel Knife, maybe?
We did it!
Just kind of level up Fina so that she can catch up. Discoveries, Chams. Buy a sub-cannon or torpedo when we get to... Oh, wow, Moonberry. That's great. When we get to Maramba and a couple other things. So it's really tempting right now for me to use my Moonberry on Drachma. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. Right, I just kind of want to start Fina down her evolutionary path a little bit for super moves, but I could actually, if I get one more Moonberry, Lambda Burst might be the better choice. So I'm going to save this Moonberry for a minute. You can hear Cupel beeping again. The Cham is actually down below. It's down below, so I have to go down one level. But Cupel kind of bops around on the screen, and he, like, here you couldn't see it, but he just made like a little face with an exclamation mark, which is really cool. But I believe it's one level down to get the Cham. So that's where we're gonna go. If I recall correctly. And then I'd rather get this, because you have to come back to Shrine Island, but I would rather get this now, because I forget how much Shrine Island's initial area changes once Solstice rises. I feel like it changes quite a bit. So this is an easy place to level up Fina a little bit, to grab a cool item, maybe give her a little bit of magic growth, and to do it while your party's like full, right? Nice and easy. And next turn we should have Rain of Swords. Oh, that's rare. The Assassin Blade can poison. Doesn't happen too often though. Should she give us just the 1 point or 2? We should get us 1 for now. Eventually your spirit point gain is like so quick, right? It just like exponentially just shoots through the roof, but we can just do this, end the fight. It's tempting to give Fina Lunar Blessing though, so I don't know. I've never been somebody who's really good about using moonberries intelligently. I just kind of decide to use them based off vague gut feelings that don't make sense. I should get her to like level 4 maybe. Oh no, I thought maybe she'd get to level 4 there. Thought there were enough enemies for that to happen. She'll catch up pretty quick. Yeah, it's down here, right? It's on this platform? Right. Or did I fuck it up entirely? If not, we'll go back up. I think I did pass it. I'm not good at keeping track of Shrine Island. One of the issues is that sometimes I feel like the thing beeps very sensitively, even when you're not necessarily on the right level, so... I think I go back up one, yeah. Well, I thought that I was hearing chirps from a level below us. Oh, I don't need to go out. You're right. You're right. Shrine Island. Mount Moon is gonna fuck with me a lot. Yeah. But is there anything hiding down here? Yeah. Right? It's there. So we were at the right level. Good call. Fantastic call. We nailed it. 9 out of 10. And then, right, that should be enough for Cupel Knife? Question mark? Cupel Blade. Yeah, he just made a little chirp down here to show that he was happy. He's spinning around. It's fantastic. It says level up. Cupel, most adorable thing in the world? I think so. Sometimes you just bash through buttons on these lower level fights. Yeah, but loopers beat you up. Cupel doesn't beat you up. One thing I do like about this, though, is that finding chams or finding overworld map stuff or going back to maybe get a moonberry that you might have missed, it never feels wasteful because those things are valuable, both in terms of upping your reputation, or, you know, making sure that you have characters that are optimal, making sure that you have equipment that is just exactly what you need. And then also, you know, because this is a game about exploration, it really does force you, force is maybe a strong word, but it really does encourage the player to build a true working familiarity with the space in a way that perhaps other RPGs or JRPGs don't, especially on their overworld maps. Overworld maps in a lot of games tend to be things that you just kind of traverse. And we see as time goes on, like, those spaces start to disappear. There's less and less real overworld maps because we start to treat spaces as just like contiguous. So there's, you know, you're going through a lot of portions of Final Fantasy 13, right? The argument is you're in corridors or whatever, but that's because they want you to go from like one strict space to another before they finally open up when you reach Grand Pulse. But even, you know, those things happen in Final Fantasy 15. It happens in a lot of spaces, or the ways that we that we consider our world maps are not quite the same as we used to consider them, right? So it becomes, you know, these small zones that we go into, but not necessarily a big world map with things to kind of poke at. You know, this one region, this one desert that you're exploring in Nier or XYZ. It tends to be kind of bifurcated into these little spaces. But Skies of Arcadia's map is just like one big map. There are hazards that prevent you from exploring it all at once, but it really is just one giant map, and if you look at the right nooks and crannies, you get all the stuff you need. Another fight coming up. But that's one thing I like about it, because for as much as I really like the Suikoden games or something like that, it's like, I'm not exploring the region that I'm fighting for in a way that feels meaningful, quote unquote meaningful, right? By which I mean engenders a certain degree of sympathy, familiarity, or comfort with the space that I'm in. It just tends to be village to village, which is still effective, but when you really get a chance to luxuriate in a place, and when game systems encourage you to do so, I think that's really special. It's why Hyrule Field matters, right? Right, and the discovery thing is really important for tying into the setting that they want, and a couple other things. Yeah, she's already learning Noxie, so 3 people with green moon crystals on a character whose green growth is already pretty quick. Like, this girl's gonna have Sakura's pretty fucking soon. Which is good, because we're gonna just barely get to the point where that's gonna be something we want. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna start to do some discovery stuff. We're gonna go to a couple of places. We're gonna stop at Sailor Island to make sure that we have subcannon for later. Just planning ahead for the fight against the Lynx and Rekumun. No Piastol in this version, no. No Moonfish either, right? That whole subplot just doesn't exist. Hey, of all the people to hit the looper, it's Drachma. So the things that are missing in this game are the moonfish, pistol, bounties. There's no bounties. Yeah, so the moonfish is because you're giving them to Doc. They're like all linked together. And so if you've only played Legends, some of the things that are in Legends are also things that you can get in this game if you download them, but you don't have access to. So when I say, hey, you can only get the final Cham in this version of the game by downloading Hamacho Island, that island is just in Skies of Arcadia Legends, right? Because Skies of Arcadia Legends, even though I hate the music in that game, and that's why I'm playing this game, is a pretty definitive cut of the game. Childhood. Let me look at the piece that I asked Reiko when I was talking to Reiko Kodama last year. If you haven't read this, I think it's a good thing. Sega helped me talk to the game's producer, Reiko Kodama, last year. She has done tons of other shit. She's probably one of the best gosh darn people in the business. But sent her some questions last year, and what did she say about this? There were a couple things where I was like really trying. It's hard because I'm sending correspondence, and so sometimes with correspondence you tend to leave questions open so that people can really fill in the space. Some people do that. When I talk to Naoki Yoshida, he fills up that space constantly. When I talk to somebody like Yoko Taro doesn't. He gives like very curt, very funny answers, but sometimes things that don't really give you as much information. This was somewhere in between, right? Because I asked, I said, hey, Yu Suzuki's putting out Shenmue. Would you want to return to the series, or would you, are you content how it is? And she says, I personally feel that Skies of Arcadia Legends completed the director's cut of this title, but I'm honored when fans of the game who become game developers express intent in creating a sequel. That always makes me happy to think of its legacy being passed on that way. Right, so at least going by the basis of that interview that I did, which I have no reason to doubt the response or anything, right? It's... Skies of Arcadia Legends, in spite of, having the music problem, which I think is actually an actual problem that makes that game less enjoyable to play, otherwise kind of constitutes a very complete vision of what this game is. The only downside is that you just can't play it. Like, it's not easy to... I was looking up prices for both of those games, for this and for Skies of Arcadia Legends, which I don't have here but do have back quote-unquote home where my parents are. I know exactly where it is. It's on a shelf. These games are expensive now, right? And emulation is pretty easy, and Dreamcast emulation in particular, you have a lot of options, but there's that part of me that is the part that everyone has that says, like, man, I want this on the Switch. I want this on a platform where people can engage on it, right? Where people feel safe to engage on it with it. I know a lot of people who feel really bad about using emulation or other tools to seek out older games, and sometimes the truth of the matter is it's like that's just all you can do, right? Because you don't want to throw down. I went the wrong way. Did I? Where am I going? I did go the wrong way. Because a lot of people feel really uncomfortable engaging with, certain places where they gotta get ISOs or whatever the hell, right? Right, and yeah, so those games don't have long runs. Especially Legends. Legends doesn't have a lot of time where it's on shelves or whatever, so, So having a way to play it would be amazing. It's just, that's a time investment and a money investment that arguably you're going to see pretty much no return on, right? Which isn't to say that people wouldn't buy it. People would, but right, like the cost benefit, like the analysis there. Let's just assume there aren't any licensing issues or anything like that that get in the way. These are games that did not make money. They just didn't. Right? So, hey, remake, or not a remake, mind you, but like just a remaster. Get this thing onto a PC. You know, sure, but what do you get in return from it? Besides being a company which, in general, I think Sega has been pretty good about putting a lot of their stuff out there for people to engage with. Not always, but most of the time, I think. But, you know, it's... You know, to be quite serious for a minute, it's like, it's a business too, right? Like, it sucks, but it's a fucking business. Where am I going? Is it past Shrine Island? I think it might be. Right? Like, it's just a business. You even see this with Square Enix, a company that can just mostly, quote-unquote, do it. Like, they didn't do Nier for a long time until there was clearly demand for Nier. And they held their butts on FF8. There were some reasons why they were holding their butts on FF8, but they held their butts on FF8 while they were not holding their butts on, say, FF9 or FF10. And at some point, my Dreamcast is going to kick the bucket. And that's going to suck. Right? I'm lucky that I've not had a Dreamcast that's just like totally busted or something, right? Yeah, here we go. Because we can go through these rocks. And so we're going to do a couple things. Is this an island with anything? I don't remember. Where am I on the map? It's so funny. I know Discovery's way better off of where they are on the map than I do from anything else. I think there's one on this side here. I think Sky Coral is here, and then there's another one nearby. Right? Isn't this Sky Coral? Yeah. Coral. And then there's another nearby. Are you looking? I kind of do it by memory. The ones in Maramba are easy to find because a lot of them are visible, like the lake that moves, and you can just find the temple very early. And it's worth doing. Because what we're going to do is we're going to grab a handful of discoveries. We're going to go back to Sailor's Island, turn them in, get some subcannons, and then go back to Maramba. Like, we're fucking about. But that's the way you play the game once you kind of know about it. Right, that's just important. That's the way you do it. Silver Moon Pit. Yeah, that's the one. I know there's like a couple here. I just always forget which islands they're on. I know it's like because it's the coral and the crystal. We can metagame. Let's do it. I can't go back and play this again for the first time. If I could, I would do that every Tuesday. Right? Like, every month I would zap the part of my brain that remembers anything about this fucking game and just play it. But I would also keep a journal, like some weird time traveler of like, this is what you thought the first time, this is what you thought the second time. Very memento or whatever. Somewhere on the side here, right? This is the one time where it's like, this shit would kind of benefit from more than just the on-screen feedback. I always feel like there's more discoveries here, and there just ain't. Yeah, you just, for finding discoveries in this game, you just go up to every island and you just mash until you find it. There are a couple that are gonna suck. There's one, it's the rock that's shaped like a beak or whatever in the middle of North Sky. And I can never find that fucking thing. Even though I feel like I should be able to. You know what? Here's a skill that you haven't seen yet, if you've been watching me, that you can look at.
Bring it on.
Here's a skill that you don't use often. Yeah, Beak Rock. That's what it is. It's a big island, but I always kind of forget about it. I think that's partially because my brain's like, no, you can't see it. It's a discovery. You have to find it. And actually, it's just like right there. Oh god, Eclipse Point. Some of the other ones are funny. Does this version has... Does it or does it not? It has the fucking satellite. Which is fantastic.
We did it!
One of my favorites. Does it have... No, what I was gonna ask, does this one have Skytrain? Does it have the train? There are a couple ones that I think even in Legends, there's more of them that move in the... Yeah, right? That move in the sky. Where it's just like, those are kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, Skytrain. So we're gonna grab all this stuff around Maramba, and then we're gonna go back and sell the discoveries. The good news is that most of these are pretty easy to find because they're like, you can't not see Wandering Lake because it is literally just in front of your eyes. And Oasis, like, I know it's in the desert. I'm just gonna spam until I hit the desert. Like I said, this is also just an excuse to get more experience for Fina. Right.
That was easy.
Yeah, Skytrain, one of the funniest. There's a couple of other like weird like basic ones. Is she Sakura's? Yeah, look at that growth. So good. There's one on the island where Maramba is. Oh, don't land automatically, Maramba, please. Please don't land automatically, Maramba. Ugh, my heart broke. I was like, no, no, no. Maramba, we can get another Cham and a Moonberry. So that's good. The Moonberry's underground. The Cham is in the inn, I think? There's a couple things there. Yeah, gosh, even that image of that tattoo would have been good to give my tattoo artist. Is it bad? Is my tattoo bad? I'm gonna say it right now. This is the most self-conscious I've ever been. Is it bad? Is that bad? I think it's fine, but I don't know, man. It's driving me bonkers. I feel like it's a little squat, and I feel like the center piece is not where it should be, and you should be coming continually off the line. It kills me, man. It drives me bonkers. It's like the one thing I want in my life that needs to be perfect. Ugh, it's killing me. Driving me absolutely bonkers. I'm gonna get a couple more of the ones though. I have it on my desktop, I think. Or in a folder on my desktop somewhere where it's some sort of Hoshi piece that shows Ramirez's, or one of Ramirez's tattoos. There's a discovery like on the wall here, right? Isn't it? It's Topple Rock or something, right? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you're talking about how the inner notch is not quite where it needs to be. Yep. It's killing me. Drives me bonkers. It's not that big of a deal, really, but it still gets to me. Where is that artwork? If I can find it. Oh, gross. Let's just beat these folks up. Because I know that the Skies Wiki has all that stuff. Which is good. Wait, does it not have the one I'm looking for? With Fina and Ramirez? Where have I put it? I do have it somewhere. Oh, there it is. I have it saved here. I don't know how to show it to you. But it's a picture of young Fina and young Ramirez. I have it saved on my desktop. Oh, are you putting it in chat? My chat eats links. Because a bunch of Freako people on the internet get mad at me for talking about feminism or something every now and then. But I have the image here. It's on my desktop. But I want Ramirez's mark underneath that, and I'll probably find one of the Elder marks that I like and put it underneath there. And then I'll just have runes down my arms, which should be really cool. But I only did the first one the first time because I had never gotten a tattoo before. And I didn't know this tattoo artist. Yeah, if you can find that and, I don't know, let me know. I'll talk with you. But I also have the model maps of like pretty much every character, right? And so on my desktop right now, believe it or not, I just have
That was easy.
Fina's tattoo, which I didn't have when I went to the tattoo shop. And then all the silver I have the face textures of the silver elders, which is very funny. So I guess that's why I get picky about my tattoo, is because I have these really higher quality renders of the character. We were pulling this mark off of a picture of the character, which is why I think it looks a little incomplete or a little off, as opposed to taking it off of a more official source or like a grab straight from the textures or whatever, which I just didn't have at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my DMs are open on Twitter. So anybody can just drop stuff and send me shit.
Over there.
Oh wow, that actually hit. Good for you, Fina. Take out that looper. Because I just need to make sure that the runes are the same size. So, and then Ramirez's, then maybe like 2 more from the elders. just down my side. It would be really good. I've seen some people who got like the Blue Rogue's flag on their back, and I'm just like, nah, I can't do that. But I'll do something esoteric and weird. Yeah, we're trying to push her down to getting Sacrum pretty quick. So we're grabbing... What are the ones that we need around here? There's Wandering Lake, there's Oasis. Oh shit! Up here! There we go, yeah. It's all coming back. Sand Falls. And then Oasis is like down here, right? It's like somewhere in this little desert patch. Yes! Ah. Love it. Fucking love it. So good. Real good shit. Let's just get Fina a little bit more extra green magic growth while we can. I think we're kind of gimping ourselves right here because everything's going to be red magic here, though, and that's going to not be good for us mechanically, right? Because red magic is strong against green magic. It won't matter too much, but if that guy like unleashed like a really strong Pyres or something, it might hurt someone. Is there a good mnemonic? No, you just kind of have to know it. One thing you can do, which I linked earlier in chat, let me find it. Is this where the now I'm lost track of where chat is. This is the Skies of Arcadia Legends instruction manual, and it has a really freaking fantastic chart in there, and along with like other like really cool things. So when in doubt, having a visual aid when you play, like, there's nothing wrong with it, right? She knocked out? No, she's on the edge, though. After a while, you just remember. Although I never call them by elements. I'm not like void beats death or whatever. I'm like, oh, green, red, you know. I know that green is strong against purple. I know that red is strong against a lot of stuff, which is why I usually have Vise really go down that road. I also think he just has like really strong natural red growth, if I remember correctly. Because red is good against green, purple, and blue. It's one of the stronger elements in the game. There's only one other element that is good against 3 things. And I think it's yellow, right? If I recall correctly. No, we'll just have Fina cure him. And then shit, what else are we looking for? Oh, the temple. I was like, what's the other big thing we need to find in the desert? And it's literally the thing. It's kind of weird for us to say that we discovered this, because it is massive, and you can probably see it from Maramba. It's very large. I'm getting a second wind, if you can't tell, from having some food, which is good. My commentaries ebb and flow, like anything else in the world. Peaks and valleys, right? Right now we're just doing all the nitty-gritty before we get to Maramba, and we do we're gonna get to our first like big dungeon. Shrine Island is a dungeon, but it's not a big dungeon the way that Temple of Pyron is. But again, all of this is like quote-unquote busy work that I think a lot of people would be like, I don't want to do this in a game. It stops me from getting to the cool slashy boss fights or whatever. But actually the truth is, like I said, like this engagement with the space is one of the things that is important, arguably essential to Skies of Arcadia's like core identity. You know, I think it was in that interview that Kodama-san said that it, maybe it was, let me just look that up. Yeah, she was saying that Tanaka-san had studied history, and that was a big drive for some of that. I was like, who was the one who studied some of that? Which is cool. Oh gosh, if you have a Dreamcast controller, you'll know. Can you hear it very quickly? Wait. Can you hear that? That's one of my shoulder buttons, if you can hear it. It actually only makes the squeak if I like try and force it to make the squeak though. But every now and then I guess if I press very lightly and strangely it'll do it. So we gotta go back to the Sailor's Island for a minute. Just the squeak, just like that really powerful spring load. You can't see it though, but Cupel here, I can put this to social too. Which is very important. It's just so I can share it with some of y'all while we're doing this. I know it slows down the pace just a tad. But it's very important to me to share with you this game and the experience of playing this game, which also means sharing with you. Some of this. Do you discover them? You discover them, you find them. Semantic difference? Sort of, right? Sometimes they're not like new discoveries, right? Like Domingo beats you to it, or you've waited too long in the story so that they actually know it exists or something. So it's not necessarily quote unquote a new discovery, which mostly just affects the money you get when you bring it to the Sailors Guild.
Is it over already?
I gotta clean this controller. I bet you someone on Twitter is gonna be like, your controller's so dirty. If you want to see what Cupel does during battle, this is what Cupel does during battle. Christ, sometimes you do get turned around on here, which is kind of funny. But no, we just gotta make our way to Sailor Island. That's a Nasr ship. For a minute I was like, what the fuck is that? some of the experience of playing Skies of Arcadia is the stuff that comes from playing it, I think, on a Dreamcast, right? Which is Cupel and Pinta's Quest and just a lot of weird things, right? It's not quite the same, but it's like, hey, the way that, you know, part of the reason I'm playing this on Dreamcast is also because I'm, you know, metaphorically for games, the asshole who likes listening to it on vinyl, right? But I think there's something important about getting to experience something on original hardware. I think it's important. Right, the same way that it means something to see an original piece of work, like in a museum or something. Do you play Pinta's Quest on the VMU itself? Yes. So if I take out my VMU, it has a couple of buttons on it and a D-pad. And I can play Pinta's Quest, which is a very rudimentary, like, sailing type game. Like the type of shit that you would play on, like, a really old PDA or something.
That was fun.
If you don't know what a PDA is, don't worry about it. Or like a Palm Pilot or whatever. And then you do stuff in Pinta's Quest, you go back into game, and Pinta will be like, look at all these items that I found while I was out sailing, and it can be gold. It's a good way to get gold. It's a good way to get moonberries. I actually don't know if my... I wonder if my VMU actually has enough of a battery charge for me to just play it separately. Maybe I'll try that on my own time, right? It would be very interesting to see if it works. This will be some pretty good stuff. He's like, you found what? I'm like, yeah, I found everything, dude. I want to do it now. Gold means nothing in this game. It's so easy to get. But this does also mean we can get cannons, get a little bit of armor. We can go into the next section. Fina already in a better place. The ship prepared for the battle with the Lynx. Because I think a lot of people get to the fight with Beleza and they feel kind of like they were really tricked. What secondary cannons do is that you can fire them into multiple rounds by spending extra spirit in your spirit gauge. There are also going to be these things called torpedoes where you choose what round to fire them on, and then you have a certain amount of rounds to choose where they land. So with the Lynx, and this is actually more something that we do for the Red Gigas so that we can stagger it, is that we want to be able to fire cannons into the next round on the same round as a main cannon to knock him off balance, to stop him from attacking us at a certain point. We don't need to worry about Drachma right now. Instead, focus on the characters that we know we're going to have. I almost bought 11 of them. And then in Maramba, we can probably buy some stuff for... Like, we don't need to buy anything for Fina yet. I guess maybe we should have just waited until Maramba to see whatever they had, but, like... Let's just get some stuff done here, right? You don't ever really need to do this much prep work again in the game. You're definitely gonna have times where, like, when I get to Ixtaka, I'm just gonna go around and I'm gonna find, like, Ixodes Village. I'm gonna find a lot of the discoveries there, just so that I know that I have them, right? And doing some of this, you know, ahead of time means that I can take care of a few other things later. Is that a... I can't even tell if it's a bad ship or a good ship. It's gonna mean I'm gonna be able to recruit some characters more quickly. You know, I'm gonna eventually be able to recruit Domingo more quickly. I'm gonna be able to recruit the lookout in Ixotaka and all that, like, very quickly. Montezuma, really. And now we go to Maramba. And then Drachma's just gonna be like, see ya. Because he's a piece of poo. Yeah, he just pieces out. Drachma and Rocknum's story is actually really good. The whole scene where he tells you about Little Jack is just like actually a really well done and really sad scene. I had a friend, or not a friend, excuse me. I feel like everybody who reads my articles is a friend in some ways. That was an interesting slip of the tongue. Or everybody who's a fan of this game, I feel like I'm friends with to a certain extent. Somebody in our comments told me that they had a cat that they named Little Jack, which I thought was very, very cool. Yeah, the feathers, right? Just the feathers. Really evocative image, right? Wasted a bit of money, but I wanted to go back to Sailor's Island because this is also Sailor's Guild in here, right? It's like that and a ship shop. Mysterious merchant again. Oh my god. We keep on bumping into this fella. Oh, wow. Ica could get a Slayer ring. Ica's gonna have a Slayer ring. Crystala's box is tempting. Especially where we're at. I'm gonna get it. Operating under the assumption that perhaps Ica will not learn Crystallis in time for the battle against the frickin' worm. He's telling you about torpedoes, but it doesn't matter. Because we don't got no ship anymore. Has the sound balance and everything been okay? Nobody's really complained, but I don't know. I want to make sure everything's good. This has been a really casual process. I'm going to be playing for like many more hours. So we'll at least get the moon crystal. Certainly. This is the inn, right? The Cham is upstairs. Yeah, I hear the beeping. Is it up here? There it is. A chill stream with occasional moments of insight, but not many. Imagine if I just tried streaming and somehow found a niche as a streamer who did like chill criticism. That would never happen. I would be poor and destitute. But we can dream. We can dream. I mostly just feed seeds to Vise unless they're magic based, in which case I feed them to Fina. Oh, there's a Nasr blade in here, isn't there, right? There's like a sword I can find too. Is it on the other side of town? I totally forget. No, it's not the sword. It's armor, right? And then there's a weapon for drachma on the other side. Yeah, the combat mail with the guy who's like clearly some sort of veteran. That's a good way to trick you right here too, is to show you that. And if you rotate it, you might see the ladder and you go, okay. Some really cool spatial design here. I sometimes wonder about the way that this game handles the idea of exploration and a couple other things, which isn't to say that I think it's bad, but I think sometimes, you know, when we use fictional stand-ins for real-world countries, we reveal a little bit, not a little bit, a lot about how we perceive those cultures in real life, or like where they, you know, kind of occupy spaces in real-world land. Oh, this is... Eventually I'll get to do this big side quest. And I think the way that Skies of Arcadia does it is pretty chill. But every now and then it kind of feels like it's a small world or something like that. That's like me being really reductive. But what I mean is that there's a certain... Oh, I do get the cutlass though, shit. We're gonna buy some stuff here. Fina, you're in luck. Are there weapons for him in Temple of Pyron? I don't think there is, right? There's moonberries and stuff, but I don't think there's a... I think there's a weapon for Ica in there. Yeah, there's like... I guess that's what I mean, is that there's a certain degree of stereotypical... or stereotyping that goes on, which doesn't stop the game from being good. I think this game's approach to culture is the same way that like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is to culture, which is like go to cool places and engage with cool people. You know, because when all of this stuff, especially in Stardust Crusaders of JoJo, is just like, that's a game that like, that's a show that loves food. That's a show that loves international culture. Right, but it's kind... I guess what I'm saying is that it's kind of weird to have a game sometimes where you're going for like through like these really kitsch versions of like real world culture, quote unquote real world culture. But I guess that is unavoidable in like most RPGs. But I think about it a lot in this context of Skies, because I think the approach here is like pretty enthusiastically interested in other people, the same way that like I know being in New York has exposed me to things I would not have been exposed to otherwise, right? And I think that's made me a better person. And I think for Skies, the idea is like, you will become a better person by engaging with more people. Nasr combat mail. If I remembered this, I would not have bought the raincoat, but I guess I can give that to Drachma later. The Nazarad conflict stuff, I kind of wish that there was a little bit more about, in the sense that this isn't a game that's really concerned with the politics of its space, but I think it'd be kind of interesting if there was a little bit more there. There's just enough, but I kind of wish that there was a little bit more. Be kind of interesting to me, I think. Yeah, all of the stuff about the Valua Nasr wars like kind of feels a little shaky. It's really nice to have the money from those discoveries. In general, it's really nice going into any area, finding discoveries early, to have that money to spend later. so that when you hit a dungeon, you can just kind of, right, kind of do it really well. A thing that I really like that sticks out in my mind constantly is a phrase that Drew McGarry wrote in one of his fun bag things on Deadspin, which is he's talking about the work that he does, right, which is to be a writer. And he says like this is like not an intensive job in the way that other people have intensive jobs, but there is a certain amount of quality of grindiness to anything that you do. Like I know that because it's the work that I do. But he says, do it right and it feels like sailing. Right, and I think that holds true for anything where if you do it right, like in this game, if you are really engaging with the world and doing your discoveries and a few other things, it really does feel like sailing. It feels nice and easy. Dungeons can flow really, really nicely. Even this space, like this is a town. This is a town with like cool underground tunnels and stuff that you can really explore. I always like the way that this game uses 3D space to really allow you to find comfort, to find familiarity. I think it's really, really cool. This is going to be weird, but I think I kind of want to do it, right? Because we're going to get an extra Moonberry and Temple of Pyron anyway that we can give to either Fina for Lunar Blessing or Drachma for Spirit Charge. So let's do this, even though Lambda Burst won't really help us a lot in the next dungeon, just because of the sheer amount of fire resistance that all the enemies are going to have in there. But it's still a powerful attack. How do I get this last... like, how do I get that? I totally forget how to get that one. I feel like there's another secret place I have to go on a Dabu or something. I don't remember how to get to that chest. There's a switch I pull that moves all of these around, right? Is that down this way? Oh, are they really just the pedestals? I thought it was a different switch. I was like, I know that there are switches. Yeah, that'll be used for Drachma later. There's another one there. Oh, the camera. Turn around for a second, please. Fuck, camera, come on. Damn. Why you be like that? Because then we loop, right? We turn here. And then we go, right? If I remember correctly? It's like this? Yeah. Oh, that's a good call. To use the first person. Does it though? No, I think the camera here in these tunnels has a very particular default. I totally forget what Gem of Fluidity does. Is it just a treasure? No, it's gonna be one of these, huh? That's what I'm talking about. Protects against stone? Oh, that's gonna be so useful in the dungeon. That rules. Yeah. That's fucking awesome. That's so good. I just realized. Yeah, awesome. That's so great. For a minute I was like, what is that? The answer is exactly a wonderful, wonderful thing. I guess we hit this again, right? So we can go back out. That's rad. What? Damn you! Is it this? Oh god. Oh no. I've locked myself in. I've locked myself in. Yeah, I see it now. Fun use of 3D space. Right? Because it's not like a huge puzzle, right? But it's just enough of a puzzle that I'm sitting here like, oh, I'm an idiot. And now we get to talk to Belina, who's totally not Beleza. I like how she's like, I told you that my father died in the war. The censored version. This is where I say, my accent has been doing weird stuff today. This is where I say it sometimes feels like JoJo's, in that way of like, go places and meet cool people and eat weird food, or like new food, right? Not weird food. That's one of my favorite expressions that she has, is those powerful eyes. Just that energetic stare. I like that you weren't zooming in. Calling him on it. Fina's fun here too, where she's like, no, that's like a really beautiful woman. And Vise is really cool, so it's like, why? Of course they're like. They should not be telling her this. Aren't you the people who, friggin' escaped from Valua? And you should be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Nope, I don't. No. Be like, no, we're travelers in a band. I like when she reveals herself and she's instantly in Admiral mode. She's like, actually, haha. I was not a beggar, I'm a prince in disguise. And you're like, oh, dang. Just like 2 seconds. Transformation back into the Admiral. And you're like, this is fantastic. I'm a huge fan of the way that the Dabu's nose moves. Maybe one of the best things in the game. Look at that little floppy snout. So lovely. Some real Star Wars energy, right? And then what? Do we just go to the docks again? Right? No, that's right, the inn. I almost wonder if it would be, like, this is fine, but I almost wonder if it would be better if they never cut back to Drachma until he came back again. But also, like, I don't know, anytime with Drachma is good. Drachma looks like my grandfather. My grandfather super looks like Drachma, and for a while he did have an eye patch. He's getting old. He's getting much older now, because I'm getting much older now. But one time he had like an eye patch for like a couple months, and I was like, holy shit. Spitting image of Drachma. Which I always thought was very, very fun. I didn't mean to hit that button again. And then we'll go to the desert. Such a trip down memory lane, you say? Yeah. I see a lot of people kind of zipping in and out of the chat. We've had some diehards. We had one person who was a localizer, and then I see folks slip in just saying, damn, haven't seen this game in forever or whatever.
Hey,
which is
handsome.
very lovely.
Uh-huh.
I do like getting to use various different ships in this game.
Well,
One thing I cannot wait to do is I haven't been able to, but I have one of the first 4-figure Vise statues. And to make sure that it was not lost here in the city, I actually got it sent to my parents. So I need to go visit my parents to grab that. Because right now the only thing I have on my desk is a Tracer Figma, which is like really cool. But if you've never seen these before, they're really good. I don't know how many are available anymore. They might not even be that many available anymore. But if you haven't seen them, they're really, really cool. They're pricey, because I don't think there's many of them left, but they're fantastic figure. I cannot wait to actually have that at my desk or something, right? Just really, really cool. And this is why they're talking about... This is when she's like, my father died in the war, and then later on she's gonna be like, I didn't tell you what side he was on. The South will rise again, and you're like, damn. Do we ever know how Aika's parents died? It's never really clear, huh? I don't think they ever say. I do love the various different ships. The little oars on this one, and how fighting on different ships, getting into fights on different ships means different backgrounds or different settings that you fight on, which is really cool. So like this is not going to look anything like the little Jack, right? Or like the few times that you get to use the Claudia or something. I haven't shown off Delta Shield, but we're going to get to the point where I'm going to start needing to use Delta Shield more. Not very often, but every now and then, just a little bit more. As enemies start to get more things... Oh, I thought that killed that thing. More things that can use status effects. Just becomes a really essential skill. Aura of Denial for Gilder. Oh, these can use Attorney? Well, they're not gonna. We'll be fine. We'll totally be fine. Oh, that's right. Fina's such low level right now. So we gain 3 SP per turn. We start with 4. No, we start with 3, so it's just 3 per turn. Oh, jeez. She got knocked really hard. Oh, good. Yeah, that's right. We do have Crystales, which is very useful for us. Be useful in the boss fight in a couple other places. Please don't dodge. There we go.
That was a close one.
Voice of Fina is also the voice of Night in Nights into Dreams, which I think is really cool. Big, look at that big orb friend. Yeah, he's great. Cupel is just 10 out of 10. Love that guy. Superb. And we have all these extra magic droplets, which are really nice. And now we get into our first, like, real big dungeon. I think we might have a battle before we get there. I heard my Dreamcast getting excited. There we go, the big old Temple of Pirate.
Wow.
Where I'm actually going to have to pay attention to where I'm going a little bit. So let's move some stuff here and get prepared, because I might actually open up a guide. I'll definitely use a guide by the time we get to Mount Moon, which is just a hellacious space. Terrifying. Terrifying space. There's a place where barrels drop or some shit, and there's a cham on the side. And the nice thing about that is I know once I found the cham, I've found a moonberry, because there's a moonberry like right there. So it'll probably be a chance for me to give some stuff to Fina, to at least give her Lunar Blessing, which can be very useful. So it should be okay. Chams and Moon, like, Chams I remember mostly, because I've played this game enough times. Moonberries, like, it's gonna get hazier, So, but I try to remember some of them in dungeons. Like if we go to Mount Kazai or whatever, it's that dungeon is so hard, like so easy to get lost in, and I don't remember where stuff is in there at all. So I just kind of run around like a moron until I find everything. Or, you know, in rare cases, I'll be like, oh, I'll bust out a guide. There's nothing wrong about busting out a guide on a game you've completed like 9 times. Good dungeon here, though. These flickering lights, really good. The flame here, the way that they handle it, very cool. This is like the dungeon's core mechanic. It is mostly barrels and like running from barrels and riding on barrels in puzzle rooms. And whereas like on Shrine Island, it was getting rid of water levels. Or on Decats, it's going to be switching between parties and transforming the space. Each dungeon is pretty good about having a central gimmick that doesn't really outstay its welcome. Like it's pretty easy to engage with this stuff here. The only one that's difficult is the diving in Mount Kazai, where you have to have your diving suit and you can jump off, and sometimes you have to drain water or whatever. It's the fucking water temple, straight up, and it's there's a lot to it. How do I want to play this? These are mostly blue and green enemies, really? Why are they not red? That's super surprising to me. So let's go over that in my brain. Shit. Blue defeats... Red defeats blue, right? So that's fine. Red defeat... Whoa, actually, you know what? Red defeats blue and green, so... That's fine. Look at Aika's weapon. She finally has a new weapon. You can't really control the camera that much, but you can control it a little. Purple's weak against a lot of this stuff though, huh? So we'll keep things pretty generic and like pretty safe. Oh damn! I was like, there's more than enough enemies on the map. Is Lambda Burst 7? Or is it 8? Because turn 2 Lambda Burst ain't bad. Eight. Gross. I guess Fina can focus on the first turn. My ex used to like when she said, get him. Get him! Wonderful human being who, nevertheless, haven't spoken to in like a couple weeks. Oof, enemies doing a fair amount of damage. Aika's special moves are all multiples of 2. Oh, no, we do have turn 2 Lambda Burst. So y'all haven't seen Lambda Burst.
Fire consume my enemies! Lambda burst!
Get used to seeing it. Her attacks take a fair amount of time. But this one's not too bad. Turn 2, pretty much wiping everybody. Not bad. Won't kill it. Oh, it did. Fire consume my enemy! Lambda burst! Omega Cyclone is not in as many people's memories because it just... You know, the first time I played, I didn't even unlock Omega Cyclone. I forget who had most of the skills. I like the water here. It's like, you don't see it very much, but in combination with the fire, it's like, I could just ASMR this all night. Like, very chill. Very cool. This is when we need to start running from boulders. Does that one really not lead to anything? No, it's just an alcove, so we go over here. Because we're just trying to grab as much stuff as possible. One of these chests is going to have our first Zivulan Bane. And are these the tikis? No, not yet. The tikis are fun. Somebody says this room, that old room, smells like a water ride at a theme park. I know exactly the smell you're thinking of. That's funny. Oh, that was weird that it paused like that. Fina. It's always going to be Fina. My character, my healer character in Final Fantasy XIV is a roleplay character, but her name is Fina Sylvarn. Because, you know how it is. Fine! Just like you said. Ramp it down like that. Fina might get another killing blow here. If you level up Cupel enough, especially near the end of the game, Cupel can be super strong. Final Cupel's attack value is higher than even Vise's Vorlic Blade, which is really fun. Yeah, so gosh, I wish I could pull up a quick picture of my my healer character. That's actually, I mentioned my ex before. That's how we met, was through Skies of Arcadia. No, excuse me, through Final Fantasy, and that was the character that she met me on. Was Fina. Fina's a super nice person, super nice character. Just an absolute darling. This is going to be our first Zivulan Bane. I think it is. Zivulan Bane. Is it? So these folks are in every dungeon, if it is a Ziv Bane. Oh, damn, are these just the tikis? That's fine. That's fine. Means we gotta start being a little bit more proactive about the moon crystals that we're using. Or the moon stones, excuse me. Moon crystals are very special. I like the sound they make though, the little wickety, rickety tickety tiki sounds. I don't think this will actually do that much damage to them, but I want to try it.
Fire consume my enemies!
Lambda first. I love like the weird auto-tuney like nonsense that they do with their other voices. You created your current character as a Ramirez crossplay? That's awesome. can't link the picture here, but if you scroll down through this article, which is also, I think, just a good article to share with your friends, you'll see my main character, my healer character, Fina. She looks a little bit different now because I gave her the haircut from Ishgard. And a couple other things, but she's great. Good article to share with friends. This was around the time Shadowbringers was coming out, but you can see Fina around the time where I'm giving hints, and one of them is play with friends and how to create a character, and you can see Fina. Love her, love her, love her. No, the Ishgard one is the crafting one. Yeah. So I gave it to her just to try it, right? Because I had it. It looks okay on her. Oh. No, it's not the one in the one in the screenshot is just a default one. You can just use that one whenever you want. Ancient robe should go to Fina. I feel a bit like a dummy for spending money on armors, but I don't know. You just sell them off later. I was gonna say that's just a flat boost for Aika, so I actually think it's better to give to Aika. They're not even necessarily my main character. Fina's not even necessarily my main character anymore because I don't use her for roleplay as much ever since I parted with my partner. I like her a lot though. I want to get her back into stuff. I have a Zayla that I play as more often than not. I like watching the boulders fall in because it's very Dark Souls. It's very Sen's Fortress. Oh, well, I mean, I level up alts because I'm a role player, right? So I have the max amount of character slots on my server. So Fina has all healing classes up to 80. My other main Eris has all melee classes done up to 80. I'm working on getting her red mage to 80, which should be I think it's at like 77 or something right now, and then I'm gonna just get her one. I'm gonna get like Gunbreaker to 80 for her and a couple other things. I have an 80 Dark Knight, but they're a villain that I used in a plot. I have no problem having a lot of alts or like burning through Fantasias just because it's like super useful. Eris is the only one I do crafting on. She's 80 Goldsmith, 80 Blacksmith, 80 Miner. I'm working on Carpenter and other gathering stuff. I play a lot of that game, but leveling in that game is not hard. It's like a very quick process nowadays, or at least I find. I just Fantasia'd a character I had into another villain that I'm going to use for a plot later. Because I don't always like being like... I don't mind writing the prose of something if I'm role-playing, but it's more like... Sometimes it helps to have something representational in front of you if you're a player. So I just have a lot of characters that I can pull out from,
Fire consume my enemies!
you know, whenever I need. And a couple characters that are just mainstays in my stable of characters if I ever need to use them for anything. Fina, I was working on getting a Bard to level 80 for her. Because Eris also has Dancer at level 80. So she's getting close to having one of each role at level 80, which is kind of cool. Fina, I wanted Bard because at first I picked up Bard because I was playing songs for my partner. I thought it was funny for Fina, this like little Mikote nonsense girl, to like pick up a like a beginner's fucking recorder and bard book at the store and just like play stuff. I thought it was
So
I
bad.
thought it was funny. My 80 Dark Knight is severely undergeared is my only problem with that. It's like, and I wasted a lot of gil recently on I finally bought an apartment in that game, which was really gratifying. Good news, Vise knows Sakri, so I can just waste some of his MP without really needing to worry about it. The new trial. You mean Memoria? Yeah, but I don't have an I can't just queue into that. She's an 80 Dark Knight who doesn't even have enough to queue into the near raid right now. So I can't just hop into a queue for Memoria. I don't even think she's at the story point to do that. She's a Dark Knight. She's at level 80. I finished Shadowbringers with her. I don't use her a lot. So, but I've done Memoria. Specifically on Eris, I've done Memoria enough to get my my gear set for Dancer, Monk, and Samurai. Just to have it for the Fantasia. Or no, excuse me, for the Fantasia, the Glamour. It depends. It depends on what you want to do for roleplay. Some people just make storylines. Some people just walk up to other characters in a bar in character, right? I imagine it's no different than the way that certain people choose to engage with like Renaissance fairs or whatever. Put your roleplay tag on, act in character, make friends, have stories happen. A lot of people tell me that they kind of don't know what the process is, and the real process is just create a character concept and then
Over there.
talk to other people who are doing it. Because then often you'll find the people who want to do more specific controlled story arcs or something, right? I have a friend who I first met in a bar in... Pretty much everybody who I met in... Oh, she got stoned. Who I've met in... FF14 for roleplay was just like people who I walked up to. And then I made friends with those people, which led to me meeting more people because they already knew people. And now some of those folks I just do plots with all the time. Oh, don't put Vise to sleep. I'm just trying to build up to use Rain of Swords. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. There we go. Should be able to use it this turn. Venues that have central themes or RP going on are kind of rare though. Depends on the server, right? Some places have dedicated nights where like they open their places. You just gotta know them. I'm one away, Jesus. Oh, I did not mean to hit guard. Oh, well, you're on Primal. Primal's a little different. Because I'm on Crystal. Primal's pretty chill, but it's definitely not where I would want to go for roleplay. But then, you know, people don't want to go to Crystal because they think that we all suck at the game. Which isn't true, but...
Yeah.
They'll pretend that we do. Primal's all about venues. Yeah, so like the checking the calendar and things like that. If this doesn't kill them all, I will be very shocked. But hopefully this should just end most of the battle. We got super sidetracked. But you know. At least I'm talking about something I like. That guy might knock out Fina.
so sorry.
That sucks. She's like the one I'm trying to level up.
That wasn't so bad.
White Mage leveling. Such a fun class. I think it's far and away one of the most entertaining classes to play in all of that game. Just like stem to stern, really clean, really easy to understand. I think it's the most straightforward and like easy to use healer as well. Astrologian's not difficult, but it requires a certain amount of like juggling in your brain. I was gonna say, I think I'm getting into a battle. I'm just wondering if I find a way to just get enough gil to buy Neo Ishgard stuff for my other character. But I don't have a lot of gil right now because of buying the apartment and furnishing it. I have crafter friends, but I don't know, I'll have to figure it out. I don't know who to ask. You don't like White Mage? That's a bummer. I think it's an amazingly enjoyable class. I wonder if I do have the tombstones. I haven't checked that character for a while. Getting her up to snuff would be fun. Just to have a, have her set up. Would be enjoyable. That was a nice little detour from Skies of Arcadia, just for a little bit. Let's talk about the other thing that I really loved. Shadowbringers was goddamn great. It was really, really good. That was one of the few times I actually had just really in recent memory, experienced something that really kind of got my heart pounding and mind racing again. Because I like Stormblood, but Stormblood's kind of really inconsistent. When the highs are high, it's pretty good. But the lows feel kind of low, I think, so, you know. Is there a chest in here? It's like there must be. Tikis? All the chests have fucking monsters guarding them in here. I forgot how much of a pain in the ass this dungeon was. If you actually want to engage with the dungeon, you have to fight all those Tikis over and over. It is not a hard fight, fighting the Tikis, but it is inopportune fight that kind of slows down your pace.
Here goes! Over there!
With their weird laser eyes. Our weird laser eye Tikis. Yeah, it's like, I like Heaven's Sword a lot, but I don't know. The Stormblood has some cool stuff in it. The raid stuff in Stormblood is just like better, I think. Or at least the 24-mans are like exceptionally better. I feel bad for people like Austin, who were really engaging and had so much trouble for A Realm Reborn. Like people who I know who would like Stormblood, who would like Shadowbringers, having to really just push through A Realm Reborn. Like that kind of sucks, right? Because you know that they're going to get to a moment where they're like, fuck, I cannot deal with it. Because even the characters back then are not like, you do not want to spend time with Alphino back then, right? It's just like, go away, kiddo. This is for Aika. We're mostly through all of this extra nonsense. Mostly. One was such a funny, like, Legacy is so interesting. Because I played through FF11 with my ex, and I enjoyed myself, but it's definitely not like, you can't kind of making that again, or putting kind of a version of that out there again is just like, I can see why people kind of bounced off, right?
Give me strength.
It's hard to go back to that sort of gameplay again.
Yeah. Over there.
Oh, come on, Vise, counterattack. I don't know though. It's a fun game to talk about because it is just a game that I cover for work, right? Because when you do the job I do, everything kind of becomes content, but it's also like I got that apartment because it was a game I liked. You know, I engaged with it on those terms because I wanted to engage with it on those terms. You know, it's been this really great vector for me to engage with people, make new friends. Good icebreakers for RP. Just walk up and say hello. If that sounds so funny, but it really is that simple. You don't need a hook. If somebody has their tag on, and like most of the time if people have their tag on, they're in character, and that means you can walk up. Very few people will specify that they don't want walk-ups. Say hello, or like you don't even have to do that. Like you're sitting next to them in a bar and you make a comment about their clothing, or you make a passing comment about, man, it was a really rough day in Ul'dah or whatever, right? Right, like you just engage, right? That's not me being flippant either. That's me saying like it really is just that. It really is just the same way that if you've ever sat in a bar in real life and you've just kind of shot the shit with somebody, like it's that same thing, especially if you're in a bar setting in the game. But that can also mean running into people in alleyways. Sometimes you find them out in the field. That's very rare, but you do. Going to a venue where they're like,
Here goes.
you know people are going to be RPing or whatever, or like, I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty organic process of just like doing stuff, just talking to people. Obviously, you do it through the lens of your character. Yeah, and like if your character does have like, it sounds funny to say because you're making ethereal void scent Garlean Dracula. If your character does have like a weird thing going on with them, like just don't push it, right? Don't like push that thing right away. Just be like, talk like a person would, right? Like when I first met one of the people I RP with, they're not really around all the much more, but they're super important to my character because they ended up being my character's teacher. She was a monk, and I didn't realize she was a monk. And it just so happened that I had, through the course of some discussion here or there, made it so my character was having like aether issues or something. I forget how it came about, and they leapt on that. It's like improv, right? Like I gave them a hook, and they became one of the most important people to me in that game, or at least for that character in that game, because they were a teacher, and knowing them meant meeting other people where I met a friend of mine whose character eventually adopted them, and then that led me to now I'm in a Discord with people who are all just monks, right? Yeah, I don't for online RP, I would not write a backstory in full right away. Like you could have a backstory that says like, hey, they came from the steppe and like, right, they came from the steppe and their family was killed by this tribe or whatever, right? You'd have a vague idea, but like the less idea that you have, at least for online RP, the more that like when people ask you questions, you come up with answers that surprise yourself and then round out the character. So somebody's like, oh, something happens, they're like, oh, I'm afraid of water. It turns out, like, I don't know. It's different if you're at a table, right? I think if you're doing tabletop or something like that, you really want to have an idea of who your characters are. You probably talk that over with your GM. Here, have a light idea. Wow, I'm getting a lot of weapons for Ica finally. But go in there really loose, because first off, it helps you figure out where the boundaries are. And then, right, you kind of go from there. Shit, I don't remember any of this. If you do it wrong, you get into a random battle. So it's just the red ones. Right, and it doesn't have to be that you keep it vague because there's a mystery, right? You keep it vague because you keep it vague because there's a chance for you to like really for surprises to happen. Like I knew for Fina, all I knew for Fina was that she was a conjurer from Gridania who had ended up in Ul'dah, whose teacher had said, hey, go out and help people. And when their teacher had said that, they meant like go to the farm down the row and help people. And Fina was like, I'm just gonna go to the big city. And then that meant that she had cause to walk up to people because she was lost or she didn't know quite where she was or things like that. It was pretty organic. The next boulder room, I think, has the Cham? I think it's here. It's this side. Yes, good. And then this one's the Moonberry. And like all I knew for Eris, who's my character who's now a monk, and now I have a person in game who like I am their teacher. All I knew is that she was a caravan guard who had left the steppe, and I knew that she was very strong. I knew that she, not like excessively so, but I knew that she was very strong, and that ended up being something that my friend was eventually able to hop on and use to say like, oh, what's going on for your character actually is, oh, they unlocked a chakra without knowing it, and now I'm here to teach you. And it's like, great. Like, awesome. Like, that was not an idea I had. I didn't create the character saying, I want her to be strong, so she's already opened her chakra. Cupel? Cupel! Oh, Cupel's beeping because Cupel changed his form and leveled up. Wow. I've never seen him go that bonkers for it. Oh, he's the Cupicone. One of the most adorable versions of Cupel. Right, like I didn't go into it saying I want this character to be really strong. She opened her chakra at the age of 7, blah 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 blah. I just had a character where I was like, oh, she's a guard and she's strong. Like, oh, she works in the city as like a mercenary and she's kind of strong. And then that other player said, well, what if it was this? Or like, and so that worked out really well. Sometimes you make characters with specific backstories, but I do that in the context. I'm just going to talk about RP and other games for a while. I'm sorry we're not talking so much about Skies of Arcadia. I hope this is fascinating to other people. If not, I've probably made tons of people leave. Fucking sorry. Like, I don't know. Yeah, but you're one of the people who plays the game. So I wonder if people who don't. So, like, I've made characters who are explicitly villains in certain plots. Who, I can't see my chat numbers, is the thing. I've made characters who are in certain plots who have very fantastical backgrounds of, like, oh fuck, like, actually the twist with this character is that they're from Final Fantasy XI somehow, and you're like, holy shit. Like, if you have players that are willing to follow you down that road, and you're in a fantasy setting that allows for a lot of weird shit, you can do that, but you do that in your close settings with your friends. Right? So, like, my character who became a monk, the hook that I had given her was eventually she had found a sword. She had found a sword, and I decided, oh, people want that sword. So, like, the hook to add a new mystery to her story was she found a sword and people want it. And because people want it, there's a villain who wants to interact with her friends too, right? Suddenly there's a bigger story going on, a more directed plot. And we made it so that it was because the sword had
We did it!
a spirit in it, and the spirit could do, like the sword could absorb aether, and like it was a magical, powerful sword. Whatever. And then we made it so eventually we defeated the villain, and there was a choice. The BioWare choice at the end of that was like, what do we do with the sword? Do we destroy it? And what happened was somehow the spirit of the sword ended up in my character. So now I have like a weird hook to my character, but I don't have to bring it up to other players too often. It informs some of how they behave, or it did at the time. But it was something that happened organically with friends. So, right? A lot of things happen. Like when I met my partner, it's like I met somebody we just ended up doing, like the characters kicked off really well, and that led to an in-character sort of shyness and relationship that like we were both kind of willing to play with, and that led, at least for a little while, to a real-world relationship, right? Yeah, Odin is just the Zenzetsuken. And then, frankly, we did a thing, which this was not my idea at all. It happened so recently that spirit was separated from that character's body and, like, became a person again. We did some weird bullshit elegant shit. That wasn't my idea. That wasn't something I proposed. That was something my friend came up with. That was like, what if we did this? And so we did. So. That led to all sorts of stuff. Like, eventually, like, you just walk up to people, you chill, you don't go in with too many preconceived notions. And what will happen is people will throw plot lines at you. Like, you'll decide you want to create stories for them, but then other people will decide that they want to do, like, weird stories for you. It's really, really cool. Right, you just find those people that you trust. Those relationships that build naturally between characters. and that becomes relationships with like other players. For me, it led to, for a while, like a real life thing with someone, but it also just means like friends that you make that will occasionally toss stories at you or whatever else.
Back off! Alpha Storm!
Oh, that's right. Alpha Storm doesn't do anything to them. I guess we need to use Lambda Burst. Lambda Burst can take these guys out. I guess they just don't want you taking them out turn 1. We're gonna get to what's kind of a hard boss. This boss up here with the freak worm. It's not their name. The worm's name is Rockworm.
Over there!
But just gotta keep on trying to attack. One hit should take them out. It's a tricky enemy because they hit hard, they have a room-wide damage thing, and then they can stone characters. But I do have some Curia crystals, so that's fine. But it's definitely a tricky boss fight. One of the trickier in the game, at least, especially even with all this prep work, just ends up being a difficult fight. Just kind of a tricky fight. All right, I'm gonna stop talking about FF14 and start focusing on Skies of Arcadia again. I hope that helped you understand a little bit how you can do RP. This might be Zivbane. I want to fight Zivulin Bane. RP is just like do it. That's all it is. Really is just go for it. No, these are still tikis. Kind of surprised. You can apply principles from certain other forms of gameplay or like game stuff to live RP, which is what what I'll call live or living RP, which is what I'll call like online RP. If any of you in chat right now are kind of into this, you can listen to something like what Austin does for Friends of the Table when he does drawing maps, and you can listen to some of those storytelling principles about safety and communication. And those things still just apply when you're doing live RP too, right? Good guiding principles, right? Tabletop is a little weird because tabletop ends up taking a lot of actions that you perform and like abstracting them into actual mechanics. Like, I don't know, you get into an argument with somebody and you try and sway them, and so you roll a sway check. That doesn't happen in live RP unless but also you can't just mind control someone in live RP. There's consent stuff. And then if you do a fight, you can do dice or whatever, but if you have friends you're comfortable with, you can just do freeform or whatever. It depends. That's the last I'll talk about it though. Just so that's that, because I want to focus on the reason why we're here, which is Skies of motherfucking Arcadia. This is a decent dungeon. I forgot that pretty much every fucking treasure chest has some sort of guardian, which is just kind of a pain. Not the best. Just for anybody who's vaguely curious, that's my monk. I do like these spaces though. Kind of remember how we were talking about how this game's really good about oh, did I maybe miss the Zivulin Bane, huh? Did I miss it? I don't know. I'm so obsessed with Zivbane right now. I feel like I missed it. Oh, it's in the room with the lava puzzle. Weird. Interesting. I was like, I thought like maybe we're missing it. This is just another case of what these dungeons do really well is making like deep spaces, by which I don't mean spaces that are like, man, this is so deep or whatever. And I don't mean depth by the way that people mean when they talk about game mechanics, which for me means a great amount of like options or like a breadth of certain affordances. Like in this case, a deep space would be one theoretically that has a lot of like traversal methods, right? Maybe, I don't know, I'm saying that wrong. For me, I've always thought that deep is a bad word anyway. I thought elegant is a better word, by which I would tell people that an elegant game design, an elegantly designed game system is one where you can have the most amount of depth with the least amount of effort, which means that you have a certain degree of options, you have a certain degree of validity in the space, and you do it with very little resources. Right, elegant games are quote-unquote simple, but the simplicity is not in the fact that they have less stuff. It's in the fact that they're getting a lot more for like each moving piece that they have. Right, there's no wasteful energy. Here, what I mean by deep is just like the literal word deep. These are spaces that have height. These are spaces that go fully into the earth. It's really, really gratifying and really cool. Oh yeah, it's the water, this room, where we have to make the pathway. I think Skies is pretty good about making spaces that really take advantage of 3 dimensions in ways that maybe other games don't. Oh, you were playing on Dolphin? So Dolphin is like such a top tier tool, right? I would still recommend, because I'm a pain in the ass, that you play Skies of Arcadia in 4.3, but you don't have to, right? I'm not that much of a stickler. But I think like when you're designing a game and you know it's going to be in a certain aspect ratio, that's reflected in sort of the things that you do in the spaces that you make. So when you make them widescreen, it's kind of a little funny because I have a button here. I don't know if I want to hit it because I might kill my feet if I do it. But I have, the upscaler I use can do widescreen. It can do the full width of my monitor. But I choose not to do it for these sorts of games. It's hard to navigate automatically to that because the remote control for my upscaler is in Japanese, and my Japanese is very bad. My ability to read Japanese is very bad. Yeah. You mean the whole like weird hack. Dolphin's really cool. What I would love somebody to do then is just to mod in the original music files or whatever, and then have that be that, and have that be a definitive version of Skies of Arcadia that you can just pass around. Yeah. Once that happens, one of y'all should just like message me. Like, I mean that, like, talk to me. I will become somebody who you can just talk to casually. And, God, like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I want that. Because that's the thing that we're just not going to get from... Right now, it's just not what we're going to get. We're actually having good drops. Good drop luck here. Can anyone equip that, or is that just Vice? Because I do think Dolphin is, like, in my mind, probably the most feature complete and well put together emulator, right? I mean, what else would people say, like RPCS or something? Like, but that, I don't think that's the case. Like, Dolphin's really fucking good. I like how this is not a very difficult puzzle, but it's just got enough that you kind of have to think a little bit each time there's a change. But you can always see like what the obvious solution is. Like you see what the next step is what I mean. And then gotta look around for that Zivulin Bane. Is he up top or something? I want to fight him. Unless this is somehow a treasure chest that I'm not seeing. Oh, it is. Hiding in that nook and cranny. Zivulin Banes are great. Every game should have a recurring monster that pops out of a treasure chest and you have to defeat in order to get cool loot. I don't make the rules. But if I did, that would be one of them. Just like a tried and true, really fantastic enemy. Skyward Sword is an interesting game.
Moons,
I'll leave it at that. There are some things I like about it a lot. Art direction, fantastic. Better dungeons than some of the stuff on GameCube. I think definitely better dungeons than like Wind Waker. So, it's a wordy game for how do I say this? Like it's just got a lot going on. Oh wow, he just nuked her. Oh my Christ, can you imagine if I die here?
Sorry.
How heartbreaking would it be to die right here? Is there not... Was I not able to buy Riselum or, like, crystals by now? I feel like I should have been able to.
Let's try this.
But maybe I'm wrong. To be fair, Fina's a little underleveled for this encounter. And Zivulin Bane is a piece of shit. So, you know, counter. Who's he burst in? Aika, survive. Maybe Fina would have survived if I had used... if she wasn't green. I think maybe that's what got her here. This is the biggest amount of overkill in the game so far. This dude with like 34 health. I'm about to end this man's whole career. Except for the fact where he comes back like 9 times.
That was a close one.
We get some sort of weird orb from him. In the chest. The Rune of Ill Omen. Should use these seeds. Plant a seed is power, so those go to Vise no matter what. Later on, you can just talk to Ilkmis and he'll sell them to you, which is great. Which is to say, you should just invest in all of your people on your island, because you end up getting some good stuff. See, like, this is cool, right? Because it, like, this really does. There's a pretty big. First off, there's a lot of times where these dungeons use water for whatever reason, but I do like the fact that they do often make you transform the space or engage with the space, right? They're not. I think I said it before. They're not quite Zelda dungeons, right? But they trail behind that sort of philosophy of putting you in a 3D space and really making you kind of really play with that space or think about it in fun ways. This is the rockworm. He can stone everybody, and it fucking sucks. The strategy is mostly the same as any boss early on. It's going to be Lunar Blessing, and then it's going to be Increm and Cutlass Fury. And to make sure Fina's okay, she needs to get a purple crystal immediately. But the good news is, we have a lot of purple magic options because we have the Crystales box. So should mostly be okay. Or I can even... Lunar Blessing is 12? Gross. That's fine.
Yeah.
We can get there.
Let's try this.
Hopefully we'll get a large amount of uses out of this box. Yeah, that's awesome. We might not even need to use that many Cutlass Furies if it's hidden for like 9 something. That's great. As a matter of fact, she knows Crystales by now, right? Yeah. This rules. I think this is the most well-prepared I've been for this boss fight in ages.
Let's try this.
Wow, we're just nuking it. This is fantastic. Is that gonna knock her out? Oh, good. Fina survived. We were immediately going into the opportunity music, and now we're in the crisis music. It matters that Fina is using the Crystales box, for sure. Alright. Well, you know, the thing that gives us the most advantage right now is actually this. To heal everybody up. To do this. And next round, we're actually going to use Increm into Cutlass Fury. And that could end the fight. I think? Maybe. So this is going to hit for like 900 something, again, because Fina's using it. Yeah, this is done. This boss fight's fucking donezo. Aika could get stoned here. Oh, she didn't. This is probably overkill, but we're gonna go for it. And we're gonna save the Crystales box.
Move.
Wow, this was really smooth.
Strength.
This is really smooth. I think the smoothest it's ever been. Now the question will be if I do okay in the next two air fights, the airship battles. Because we're about to do that thing where the game puts a lot of boss fights in a row. Especially when it comes to airship fights. There are times when this game likes to put 3 airship fights in a row, 2 airship fights in a row. To
That was easy.
kind of make it work for it. I think about the fights outside of Esperanza, where it's like a Valuan cruiser, a Valuan gunship, and then the Auriga, which is now we get a Riesland box. This is fun too, right? To make the boss actually be the bridge. I don't know, there's just like smart little things in this game that make it feel like a world that you're really exploring. Because it's a world that changes in reaction to you. Right? And it's a world that first off encourages you to explore, like we sort of talked about. But it's also just one that reacts to the things that your characters do. Oh, Venus theme, really good. Wow. Wow. I like good crystals. I like crystals that are so powerful that they make my hair blow in the energy wind. Ah, see, like this is like, again, me thinking about my tattoo. And yet, my tattoo's okay. But also like, oh, it could be perfect. Can't wait to get more of them once civilization is safe again, if and when. Oh, there's a lot of things I have to wait for civilization to be safe again. Haircut. I'm going to eventually be moving out of New York City. Couple things that are just
Thank you very much.
put completely on hold. Just all sorts of things. Make sure you save the game though, because we're about to really be in the thick of it. This is, by the way, why I bought this sub cannon. It's just going to be really, really helpful. This is when she's like, actually, I'm not naked. I do appreciate that, like, very often what happens in this game is that the villains do show a degree of cleverness, right? Right? The Valuan Empire doesn't feel quite like Shinra sometimes feels in FF7, where Shinra goes back and forth. Like, Shinra can feel bumbling as hell, right? But I guess, like, that can happen here with someone like De Loco, but with Beleza, even with Vigoro, like, these, they do feel like dangerous people. Ready? Now I have clothes. And I said it before, I just like when villains have groups. Organization 13. Going bonkers. There's 13 of them? 13 villains? Don't fuck with me. Everything you said about your parents, your childhood, Was it a lie? She's one of those people who's like, my father died in war, so if I do more wars, eventually there will be no wars. Not quite there, but you know, great. She's like, it's all about borders. If we had one giant empire, then it would be done. And you're like, I don't know about that, darling. It's a very questionable move of her right here to just immediately awaken the red gigas. One of the few things that Beleza does that seems really dumb. When she just has the crystal and she could be like, I'll see you later. One of the few times I go like, man, just get all the crystals and then go get all the things. Of course. That being said, I don't know. The minute that they got all the crystals, then Galcian and Ramirez would just make their move. Kick everyone's ass. Doesn't the Pistol stuff establish that Ramirez's name is not Ramirez? Right? Or what? I forget. In the original game, she's just like, I recognize the name Ramirez. And you're like, should you? It sounds very Valuan. God, the rumble on this game is when you have the rumble thing. Like, y'all can hear that, right? Like, it's bananas. This is one of the goofiest looking monsters ever. Mostly because of its giant fucking weird face. That's right, it's 4 giant weird faces. You're correct. This is kind of cool though, because in this cutscene they show you the tactic, which I don't think people realize. Right, they show like, hey, bonk its head and it will miss attacking you. And that's the tactic here. So Skies of Arcadia does these really cool things, especially in ship fights where certain magic moves or certain offensive decisions can actually change the course of a battle, which is to say, you get those choices that are like, hey, go behind them or let's go below, but you also have opportunities to say, let's fire enough to knock this thing off balance, or let's use Quicka to give ourselves more speed to dodge this slower ship. And it matters, right? Those things matter.
Heya!
Knowing the right prompts to do all the other stuff matters too. Because I think in the Lynx fight, there's like very few opportunities to really do harpoon cannon unless you know the ones to select, so.
Aye, aye.
Aye, aye. Joined your party. Again. Really good music. All the airship music is just top tier in this game. I guess I've never really broken down or thought too much about the grid stuff. I guess I have, right? In my old Let's Play, where I think the grid is really cool because it actually ends up being when conceptualized nicely, it ends up being almost like a canvas of really cool stuff that you can do. So just to show off sub-cannons for the record, you can fire them into next rounds, which is very, very useful. Right, so this is like what a turn with a sub-cannon can look like. The first turn is just going to be the sub-cannon, and then the next turn will be the sub-cannon and the main cannon. If I fired a torpedo in that first turn, could have had that torpedo land the same turn as the two cannons and do like a ton of damage, which is cool. That's kind of what I mean by the space becoming a canvas, the 3x3 becoming this surprisingly deep possibility space where you can plan out and do any number of things that are just like really, really useful. Just ends up being really helpful, right? You can't target individual body parts right now. Eventually there will be times where like like when you fight the green Gigas, they're like, we should attack its legs or we should attack its head, and you have to make a choice. This might hit us. So one thing we're gonna do is we're gonna use Increm. But I don't even know if you can dodge the first one. Can we really not use Increm? Oh, he doesn't have MP. I was like, what is going on? I was so confused. I was like, that seems really wrong. So this will be like a initial round. I forgot that Vise had zero MP from the dungeon. But the idea is going to be that we need enough attack power to knock that thing off target so that we eventually survive. We don't defeat this thing. Very rarely do we actually defeat Gigas in this game. I think it's only 3 of them we do. Blueheim, Yelagar, and Zelos are the 3, right? I think. Might be wrong there. Unless I'm blanking out. Because we don't fight Krogoth. We don't technically defeat this one. We defeat Beleza. And for the green Gigas, we just like knock it into a gorge or some weird shit until we can get the crystal back and be like, go back to bed, dude. Very rarely do we just straight up kill a Gigas. At least not for a while, until we finally get like the weird technological nonsense to do it. This should work. With Increm, specifically. So we'll definitely get to Ixtaka tonight, but I don't know how much we'll do there. But it's cool. It's cool that it's not just a matter of like hit dodge. It's cool that you actually have to do stuff and engage with the enemy the same way that you engage with the space in more complex ways to actually have an effect on the battlefield. I I think one of the reasons that we buy into the fiction of Sky's world, even though it's so broad, and in certain ways, pretty trite in certain ways, is that it's a space. Well, let's just fucking go for it. Like, it's a game space where it's very clear that the player does have an actual impact. And that's reflected in what you can do in the environments. It's reflected in fights. And so the fact that that world feels tangible and touchable in very specific ways helps you really buy into the setting, helps you really invest in the characters, because it feels like a more, even in a fantasy context, a more lived in and more extant sort of realm for your imagination.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
Harpoon cannon, best cannon. Doesn't really kill it. Eventually you do enough rounds. I think it's 3 dodges that they're like, hey, this is not working and we need to try something else. And one of the options you can say is, we should ram into him. And everybody's like, are you fucking mental? What are you talking about? You're like, yeah, ram right into him. Concentrate fire on the heads. Not gonna have enough SP here. That sucks. Yeah, you mean ram into the Gigas? And everybody's like, no. We mean anything but that.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
I guess if we had 2 sub-cannons there, we could have skipped both. Because the sub-cannon main cannon combo is 8 each. And that would have been 16 instead of the 20 that we just spent. So, I don't know. It's vaguely unclear to me, for the record, when I should always be using my evasive actions. But I think I did it too early there. I think it's you do it the turn on. But we're probably gonna get hit here. I was gonna say, I think it's turn on. Yeah, I know it always applies, I guess. I think we just leveled up. Ain't that nice? So now we gotta fight the Lynx. Which is...
Over. Let's go!
It's so funny, because the Lynx is a pretty reasonable ship. I think even to some degree the Chameleon makes sense, but then you get Vigoro's ship. You get the Draco, which is just one big fucking gun. which is just like so funny. Well, what were we before? We revised the determined, right? So I forget what the order is. I guess it might be respected, right? For a minute, I was gonna say what I was like, no, maybe we'll revise the admirable, right? But I don't think we're there yet. This is gonna be a familiar thing for a while. Is just like that first turn, focus. Why would I get soft locked? Oh, weird. I guess I did just die, huh? I guess we just do the fight again. Or no. I just heal in the first round, right? I guess I didn't realize what my health was. I got hit that hard at the end of the Rakumun fight? Would a repair kit be enough? I mean, we have a couple options we can try. Or would Sacrays be enough? Sacras would be definitely enough, right? Let's think this over. Sacras has gotta be enough. Certainly. Like, we certainly have enough magic to withstand that. I think we're fine. I didn't realize did Rikumun really hit us that hard? That's astounding. I'm super surprised. Not upset or anything, just surprised. Oh, wow, because she used Increm right off the top, huh? It's gonna be tight. Should be okay. I don't like her having Increm right away, but, you know. I knew we were at low HP. I didn't realize we were that low, but I knew we were low, but I wasn't worried about getting in like a weird death spiral. I was like, I'm pretty sure we have a lot of ways out of that. So when you said soft lock, I didn't even think about the idea of a death spiral. Like weird ass thing, because we're just gonna be full health for this next round, and eventually we'll get to harpoon cannon, and this should be fine. We just kind of chip her down, right? And I'm okay, like, going whole ham on my healing right there in order to, like, build up to something. I guess I could use the bomb. I can't imagine another time where that's actually going to be a useful thing for me to use. But she's actually not even hitting that hard, so... Not that worried. I'm a little more curious about what happens on turn 3 here now. Yeah, there we go. Is Torpedo gonna hit here or at this? Can AI even fire torpedoes into the next round? I guess they can. So this is like, if you do the obvious thing, which is the thing that you did in the Baltor fight, it's a bad idea. So you have to do the actual opposite of what you would mostly do. Right. If you follow the advice that you previously learned, it's actually like not what you want to do necessarily. Yeah, let's do this now, right? This will be an interesting turn. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about the ship battles actually making the world feel really extant because there's a logic to them, right? It makes sense for a skilled naval officer to be like, well, let's just wait for them to do the obvious thing and then we'll fuck them up. We're gonna have to do a Sacris very soon, I think. This turn 3 could be really painful. Sylvite! We're getting all the cool people coming in. People who are clearly the fans. I think it's really neat. This next round will... We're doing evasive. Ooh. Good thing we were. My fear is not having enough SP for the harpoon cannon. Wait and see what she does. Bad idea. Set engines full speed? Yes, please. I wonder if... No, I don't know if I'll have it the... I shouldn't have fired the cannon. I won't have enough for next round. That sucks. We'll still be at a decent advantage, but it's... whatever. Because firing the cannon's going to drain me of 4. It's going to bring me... No, what it's going to drain... It's going to drain me more of that. It's going to bring me down to like 2 or some shit. That's fine. We'll get another opportunity soon. Lord almighty. Those 3 attack turns are pretty rough. We can't use any torpedoes yet, is the thing. The only thing we had immediate access to were the other things. So, yeah, I think we just... This is our big turn. This is what our big turn is instead. Right? Not what I'd like, but I'll take, you know, it's fine. And we just work towards it again. I think we'll be able to buy torpedoes when we get back to Marambo. So those will be nice to have. But our next ship fight isn't going to be until we fight Deloco, right? So we have a little bit of time before we even need to worry about a ship battle. This sucks. I really wish I could have harpoon cannoned. I got a little overzealous. It's really weird to be playing this late at night with people who are just like here to see Skies of Arcadia. I don't even think people are here to see me at this point. Yeah, so we just got it, huh? That turn 3 is gonna be a pain. So this is how this is going to play out. Increm, though. Should be fine, but not a fan of that Increm. Has our Increm worn off? Probably after this round, huh? Or maybe even already had. So this is going to be like Increm, Subcannon, Wevlem or something. Wevley. So this will be a pain. Right? What's this one going to look like? This is a turn 3, right? You're heading into a turn 4? Oh! Sucks for that subcannon, wow. Rip to Beleza, but I'm different. Yeah, so we're gonna turn 1 Increm. And do the thing that I love to do, which is just damage, damage, damage. Whoa, the subcannons did that much? Really? Don't know how I feel about that. Alright, this should be pretty good. Like, this is the type of shit that you want to see. I think we'll get her here. I'd be very, very surprised if we don't. But this should be it. Oh, you can't even use the 3-inch cannon or whatever. 3-inch. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Yeah, she's donezo. That always feels good. These really do feel very, very tactical, right? The grid's a pretty straightforward system to do it, but it gives you just enough space to kind of transform it into like an actual canvas. You know, there's some really cool stuff. I think it's really nice. Again, just having spaces that you can engage with. The blaster came out blasting. Yeah, I would play a game of just the ship battles for sure. Especially if there was a way to make it into a multiplayer game. Jesus Christ, like... all I want is that.
Yay!
Of just like... it'd be so good. But if they made it now, it'd be like some sort of mobile game, and you'd gotcha your way into gear. See, like, look at that. God, if I that screenshot of the fucking tattoo. I'm so touchy about my tattoo because I love Fina so much. I think it's a fine tattoo. I just get so touchy about it when I see the real thing. I like Drachma here. Very good Drachma moment. When he's like, oh, also I took your engines. It's like, yeah. Yeah, you would. It's a good Beliza moment, too, where she's like, whatever, it's fine. She's like, I'm not even mad. You're like, whatever. It's gonna be kind of a pain. To get some of the discoveries in South Ocean. There's like weird ones. Oh, we'll be fine. South Ocean isn't horribly dangerous, but it's just a bit of a hassle. Yeah, they all cast like Attorney on me or whatever. Oh shit, that's right, they have a turn. That's fucked up. Well, you know what, it doesn't matter. Because I have Delta Shield. Can't stop me. Yeah, the little jacks like weird little dorsal fin things are very, very fun. Just like really fun ship design. Somebody messaging me? I cannot tell. Well, let's first off. It's so funny to get a secondary cannon that's more powerful than a main cannon. Oh, dorsal would be the sail. Oh, did I say dorsal? That's funny. Let's go to Maramba and grab some shit. And figure out what we do from there. Although, I think we'll be in pretty good shape. To just go for it through South Ocean. No, I think Venus still has that. Yeah, because I definitely want the torpedo. I think that's the play right there. Yeah, I think it ends up looking something like this, right? We should have a captain stripe, right? Do we fucking not? No, there it is. For a minute, I was like, how do we not have a captain stripe? That would be astounding to me. Yeah, I was gonna buy some. I was thinking about grabbing some Oppo wax too. Be kind of fun to use that in the fight, in a couple of the fights. Because isn't that like 2-turn Increm and Quicka? Or something close to that? Maybe not Quicka. Saves us a little options. I was gonna say no need to worry because it gives us a chance to have some SP saved. I'm gonna actually go to the shopkeep here and maybe grab some crystals because we just don't have any, right? Rest at the inn as well. Doesn't the GameCube version have a discovery that moves in South Ocean? Right? Because that's bananas. Wow, Sakura's crystals are only 60. That's really nice. Yeah, that's all very good. These are just things we can sell because we have better stuff. Money! It's meaningless in this game. You tend to get shit back. Pretty fucking good. This guy's weird. I love him. Yeah, we can get to Ixtaka. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the whole evening. Tomorrow we'll get through Ixtaka, which would mean we'd certainly get through... Actually, I don't know. Maybe I take a break now here, personally, right? That could be nice, right? It's midnight. We've been going for how many hours? We're about to find out when we save. Gonna be close to like 7 hours. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think I want to take a break personally. Which means we'll get to Ixtaka and we'll push through. We'll probably get... I can imagine us getting through to Cat's Island. Or a couple other places. Because I'm going to start real early tomorrow. I didn't start early this morning because I just woke up and like was not feeling good. So, yeah, I think that'll be that for now. Oh, someone's about to leave. Yeah, that's totally fine then. It's so funny, I have this on my desktop playing, and there actually is input delay on this one, even though usually on other game consoles it's not. It's because I'm putting it through an upscaler, so there's a little bit of input lag. Yeah, I think that'll be it for now. That was really great. So I will see you all around. Goodbye, friends. See you.